Good morning. Sorry for the lateness. I was up pretty late last night. Also had like a really long daily DD I had to write today. Oh. Jesus fuck. Ow. Speaking of which, um good morning everybody. Stock has opened. Pre-market volume almost non-existent. Good morning, short. Thank you, Miguel. Stroop waffles. My joke was terrible last night. Feel bad. One of those statements is true, the other is false. Oh, man. That's a good coffee. That's a really good coffee. See, I don't hate everything. I got the clip button? Wait. Sarab. Don't fuck with me. Do I actually have the clip button? Do you think this has anything to do with rising inflation rates? Because it's no secret that retail feels it way more than they do. I mean, it could be. Technically, GameStop as a retailer should do well in an inflationary economy. No clip button? Oh. Sad. Oh, when do I get the clip button? No idea. There is now a Discord channel if you guys want to submit clips for editing. You can simply put in the timestamps or put in a timestamp link, and hopefully your clips will make it into future videos. What beans do you? They're from like Sumatran or something. Maybe a reverse split. on SQQQ. Those super leveraged short ETFs tend to do reverse splits to maintain their price point. Retailers don't have any material cost, Ming Han, because they're not a manufacturer, and thus they can price in inflation. So whatever a retailer as a middleman set markup is, they can maintain that profit. It's one of the reasons grocery stores do so well during high inflation economies. Is Entropy Swap an MTG card? I think Entropy is an MTG card. No, I don't want to drink civet poop. Ever. Yeah, I had my chat with Lightning tonight. If failing would failing the next roll if they survive the period reveal a real SI? If not, what would it take for them to lose control of hiding it? I mean, their positions that obfuscate it would probably have to blow up. Where does the VXX graph go back up in time? Hmm. So those ETFs, in order to maintain leverage, experience decay. Quick name. And so the price of the ETF is in a constant downtrend. Nope. And that's why like the VXX graph will look like this. Um Eventually they'll get rebalanced and you'll see them like go up overnight and then begin coming down again. If SQQQ went up 400% last night, it was probably due to that 4-to-1 reverse split. The best part of being down negative 90% of my Feb calls is that it makes no point to sell. Yeah. Enough GME talk. Can we play AMC as a dud and look at Adam Aaron's holdings? Adam Aaron selling more. I do understand that somebody statistically with his percentage of body fat probably doesn't have long, regardless of how much money he has. That's pretty fucking accurate, Secure. How you doing today, man? Sorry I couldn't hang out longer. Does internalization mean the hedge fund interns eat the orders they get? It means they boof them. That's what they do. They register the internalized orders. They get a computer certificate, and then they boof it. Can you explain why the seller of the put has to de-hedge and hence sell shares? Well, it's not the seller of a put that sells shares to de-hedge. De-hedging is not technically the correct term, but it's easy to understand. Oh, hold on. I'm having some issues with WeBull. There we go. Yep. So, where do we go? As the negative delta of the put goes up, inverse a call, right? The market maker will naked short, usually synthetically, to hedge this and remain delta neutral. Okay. So that means that when that put is sold or cash settled, closed, the market maker owes negative however many shares they sold. And so they buy those back. How do you think the short hedge fund algorithm works? I'm sure it uses the dark pool and lit exchanges. I mean, I'm sure it's not one algorithm, Patrick. If it was, it would be an impressive, very impressive piece of software, right? No, it's likely multiple algorithms controlling various aspects of one position or multiple positions. Also, thank you for that donation. Ever since XRT got reg showed, their tactics to keep the price down has felt more tactical and desperate. Yes. Internalization, dicks, heavy in the money puts. You couldn't resist writing dicks, could you? Especially, we're getting an insight into how they work and have to put it into the stock ETF just to keep things level. Feels unsustainable. It is unsustainable. Like I know I haven't been overly bullish lately or hype. I'm doing my best to maintain calm because we don't, in fact, know what's going to happen. But the things that are going on with the stock right now are bullish as fuck. This looks good. It looks good from multiple angles. I don't know if any of you guys saw my late night post. I hope it kept some of you awake all night. That was my hope. I don't know if it was realized. I'm grateful every day for our cult. Do you think retail has enough dry powder to corner short hedge funds this cycle, or do we need a whale in shining armor to help us out? Fuck having a whale in shining armor. If it happens, it'll happen because the opportunity is advantageous and they realize it. Otherwise, it won't. And I don't think we need one. Thank you, Chucky Sucky, by the way. Pigeon Whale, 4 months. Appreciate it. Pretty simple inflation hurts retail investors well before it would really hurt a hedge fund because the rising cost of normal things ultimately makes it difficult to stay in positions. Yes. Cheers from a Doomslayer here. I enjoyed your visit yesterday and I'm impressed by your good work. Thanks for doing a great job. Thanks, Bruley, reincarnated snail. Could you talk a bit more about puts calls you mentioned in your daily DD? Can you be more specific, Lulu? Oh wow, I'm really far behind. I'm sorry. Would you offer a guess as to whether trading flat at 300, 350? Instead of 120, 150 after this period could result in those positions blowing up. Yes, sustained a sustained higher price could put some of those positions, especially the short ones, at risk. Like specifically short the stock, not like short IV. Like you can crush IV at $300. That doesn't matter. They don't care about the price, right? If nothing happens till February and the price keeps dropping, would that mean we were all wrong the whole time? It would mean that the net FTDs were not significant enough to bring the price up. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's how this is going to play out, but ultimately that's what that would mean. Um, that the aggregate net short FTDs were not sufficient to drive the price up, which would mean fewer and fewer fails occurring on GameStop over the remainder of the year. Driving the struggle bus. It's okay. Have a little breakfast, relax, get a sweat going. I find that helps me. I know sweating's disgusting, but this dono is your time and half pay for the overtime work yesterday afternoon. Since Kofi didn't let me do 450 and now you owe me 50 cents. Thankfully, you'll be able to use your shill, reverse powers to force me to give you that 50 cents right back anyway. Thank you, Fluffy Oza. Do you know if DN is still at 128 following yesterday's movements? It was at 128, like right before close yesterday. Tell us about those 200 puts you mentioned in the daily DD. Well, we knew about them yesterday. We were talking about them before close. Was there a collab stream? Yes, there is a collab stream planned tonight with Cosmic Lightning Warrior. I think around 7:30 p.m. I have to get in touch with him at some point today and work out some more details. But yes, the 200 puts in the daily DD. Yeah, yesterday, several long, deep in the money put positions were opened. All backed with, 0.9 or greater negative 0.9 or greater delta. This was in an attempt to suppress the price below 130 into close by end of day. And it was expensive. Borrowable shares were low and probably not sufficient to drop the price on their own. And so they used puts, and they used a lot of them, and they used a lot of really, really expensive ones. A lot of them are fairly illiquid, Jettle. But there is a shift in volume for them to go up over their average. Don't forget, for all the short IV positions, there are long ones that love to see the price become, or the stock become volatile and the price to go up. Can you explain how we get onto the highway to the demand zone? Breaking 160, I think, is pretty important for that. A put means someone has to contract, allowing them to sell shares to the MM when exercised. So, anticipation of having to buy shares, the MM sells shares ahead of time. That's correct. I learned on this channel in a week more than I have listening to all these other YouTubers all year. Nice, Winter. I think Ken Griffin is boofing my net worth. He's going to need to call police control. So this entropy play, is this a hedge against their variance short play? Who would even be the counterparty at this point? Oh, Tammy. I can't explain entropy swaps here. It's just like fucking pointless. Well, it's not, but I don't think no, there's really no way to simplify an entropy swap. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to offset their near-term short volatility position by going long negative gamma. And in order to use, to shift to a gamma negative position by going long theta. So essentially, to protect against the near-term short volatility risk, they go negative gamma and long theta. So they move their position out. That way they are not hurt as badly by a near-term spike. And then they can short the peak of that spike to maximize profits. And then on the way down, they can use the profits from the long negative gamma position to buy back in the shares shorted at the peak. I think this is similar to something they did last year, and was part of their ability to defeat the squeeze. But that's not confirmed. What was the swaps thing? Kef Tunes, it's in the announcements channel. I didn't write a Reddit post about it. Derek, welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much. What I don't understand about selling shares to hedge puts is if the price. Oh, hold on. I'll try to help you with this. If the price is at 50 and the strike is 100p, and then the price goes up to 75, then don't the market makers lose? Well, no, because the delta value of this put that was probably once at like -1 is going to come down, which means that they can buy shares. So the delta hedging is not static, it fluctuates. So they buy and sell based on the movement of delta in the options chain and movement of the underlying, right? So say the price goes to 75 and this goes to 0.6. Well, they can buy back 40 shares, right? And then if the price goes back down to 50, they can sell off those 40 shares again. This is one of the reasons you see some stocks trading like multiples and multiples and multiples of their float in a single day, is this active delta hedging that's going on behind the scenes. Because especially on a volatile stock, the delta hedging behind the scenes is creating churn and pumping up the volume. I feel like I should just clip everything I've said for the last like 15 minutes. Because I don't want to explain any of this shit ever again. I don't know how smart I am. I was trying to do some of that math and the entropy stuff last night, and it made me feel like an idiot. Also, it was super well written, but was Jamie from Trade Spotting referring to you, Girk, and his rant? The Twitter thing? Apparently not. No, and I feel like some people like reached out and were not very nice to him. But I mean, I understand his tweet was kind of vague, but I don't think it was reasonable to like go attack him for it. I don't approve of that kind of behavior. I know I went on his stream last night and he seemed totally cool. As am I. I think people are just trying to stir shit up and cause drama. Isn't going long theta just selling options? Sort of. But also moving put positions far out, right? Like we saw May, April, and June come in last night. for those deep in the money puts. And what that means is that if there's a price spike in the near term, these are largely unaffected, right? Like, sure, they'll go out of the money, but if the price is expected to come back down, they will print. So they're giving a very wide window for the price action. Like, if they just wanted to suppress price, they could have bought deep in the money puts that expire tomorrow. There's no reason to buy them months out for millions of dollars more. It can't be spelled right. You what, mate? Love you. Thank you, Mr. Sloth. Popcorn Trader, bought another call on this tasty dip. Keep on keeping on, Gurk. And also, I hate you for dropping that entropy bomb on us right before bed. I figured if I wasn't going to sleep, nobody else should either. Misery loves company. Thanks, 100% Dan Generate. Are they more vulnerable to anything in particular? They're more vulnerable to the price sustaining a higher floor. Take someone drawing on my computer screen for me to understand market concepts. Can we hype the CLW collab now, please? Sure. Wait, do you want me to hype it? I'm not really good at that. $370K spent on Jan 23 950s this morning. That's pretty far out of the money. For those of us who don't make billions on MOASS, do you think it'll be fun to sell CCs on GameStop for the volatility aftershocks post MOASS? Probably. If we buy long dated calls to avoid short term dips, they'd buy long dated puts for the same reason. Yeah, they're essentially stealing my strategy, which I'm not overly fond of. Trick's on you. My dog had diarrhea all night and it gave me something to read. Well, you know, that works too. So it was like I don't know, putting your dog outside. Cat just hit 225. Nice. Dude, DDS up today. Yeah, I saw the DD. I think that DD needs to go through some peer review. At this point, for AMC, I don't know, man. Like I don't know, I'm kind of over it. I'm not gonna try to save anyone from themselves. It's not worth it. No, I gotta paint my fucking face. Innate Shiro, dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale. Hit me up on the Discord if you need to. You may not. If you're already linked up, you'll just be added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you so much, man.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Fiend. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Lumen, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gurk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult.
I'm in Michigan, bro. It's like animal abuse. You got to get a heated doghouse. That's got to be a thing, right? Are heated doghouses a thing? Can't you just run like some hot water pipes through the floorboards? This can't be that expensive. I'm gonna create an entire business on the back of this. Late night diarrhea dogs, heated doghouses for cold environments. Honestly, outside of vaping, wearing a hat, and sporting a smart beard, how do we know that you're not some form of advanced AI Elon speaks about? We need to see you eat a real pickle. Is Delta reflective of how much hedging is occurring or how much hedging should be occurring? Should be. Due to its sensitivity of price movement, meaning that they don't have to meet the hedge. No, they don't have to. But that exposes them to risk. A great deal of it. Improperly not maintaining a delta neutral status while selling naked calls and puts is highly risky. You have to remember those contracts are leveraged 100 to 1. The risk is infinite to the upside and very significant to the downside. Do you think cat will go down to 195 again? I don't think so. Um, Maybe not in the short term. Um, Depending on how today plays out, I'm probably going to be targeting 130s, but I'm going to give myself a shitload of time. As far as continuing with the cat play and its expected bounce back up to previous levels. So I'll be either getting 130s or 125s, depending on where it closes, like nears the close of day out, or nears, depending what price point it's near close of day. Probably in June. So I'll probably give myself till June for that to play out. It looks like it is holding and bounced off of its support at 220, which is pretty bullish. GameStop's actually looking good this morning. Volume sucks, but We might actually break through 130. Sorry, just updating Reddit. My back. Okay. I kicked my USB thing out of my computer. Miguel Obama, it's on the announcements channel on Discord, not on Reddit. I talked about it a little bit. And I clipped it. Jets fan. Never thought I'd be excited to break through 130. Weren't you here in March? So I buy a call for 200 for 1,000. I need that price to pass 210 for me to actually consider exercising that contract. I mean, yeah. You look amazing in this stream card, Gurk. My favorite so far. Thank you, Kat. And thank you. What the hell? Why is that? Sorry, what? Huh. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh, and thank you, Trash Dan, for making it. That's dope. Very good job. I remember a year ago listening to Uncle Bruce Church Trades and Macors nearly simultaneously on separate pages. Yeah, maybe if I'd started my stream back in January, I could have sold out already. Those puts were not. Those puts were bought. They weren't sold. Tell them to show proof. They weren't at the fucking bid. Horseshit. We're looking for FTD predictions today. Is there any way to see all expected significant FTD days in one place? You can look at my trading view chart, also in the announcements channel on the Discord. A 125 CSP is safe? Probably. There's more than 20k shares available. Hacksaw. You can only see those. The SEC lending pool has far more sources of shares than just IBKR and Fidelity. What do you think about 900 leaps coming in today? It's interesting. Ooh, 135 CSPs? You might need to roll those. They're already in the money. Like you're definitely gonna get fucking assigned. Looks like you're gonna be buying some GameStop for $135. We still on target generally? I think so. Did you ever buy those VXX calls you looked into the other day? I already have a VX, like a VIX position, that I carry as a portfolio hedge. So I'm thinking about adding to it, but I'm not. The VIX was kind of spiked up yesterday. Today might be a better day actually for it, although it's spiking again. Maybe if this cools off a little. The market's red as fuck today. Jesus. No, not really, but a little bit. Lost all of its post-market gains. Probably down to like 469 again. At least we don't have the volume to track it. Do the influx of 200 puts impact how far we'll run? No. I don't want to do calculus, but plugging and chugging away at the entropy formula could be fun. Or you could just get a Bloomberg terminal that graphs it for you. You're more or less or same bullish as before. Same. Am I muted or something? Is this thing on? You haven't checked out any of the 10 things I told you about. I didn't see any of them. Discord DM. I saw that DD. It's crap. It's just more people talking about the F-Man cycle like they just fucking discovered it. Greg, I did it again. I bought 1 DTE 300s at a penny and sold them for $3. I've turned $2 into $12. Congratulations. You're the best at stocks. Could please at MOASS today. I hate my job and I don't want to get back to work tomorrow. Yet another 10K total call OI. That's the 4th day in a row. It is bullish as fuck. For the longest time, I kept wondering why ETF OPEX was the month before futures rolls, which were on the normal quarterly months. Why does 130 matter so much to them? That's where they want to cover the FTDs. They have a price point. No, not really. Nope, TTM hasn't fired yet. TTM's just throwing squeeze signals. If we rock it, then it will fire. It's only moderately predictive. It's still an oscillator. Does top chat mean you don't see everyone? I have no idea what it means. Possibly. I really don't know what the distinction between top and live is. I don't know if we're looking at another year of this or not. So they seeing FTDs as much as possible at the 130ish range before getting overwhelmed. Essentially, yeah. The longer they can stagnate the price, the more FTDs they can net off, right? They're just netting off FTDs all over the place. But the risk is that they bring the price so low to do so. That it encourages buying. The supply is on sale, right? And so that's why we're starting to see at this break point volatility skewing bull side and massive numbers of calls coming in day after day after day after day, because the price is cheap. People are going long. That's the risk of holding the price so low, is that eventually the long side will outweigh short-term suppression. And the system, like I've said for a few times over the last couple days, will find an equilibrium. Net off FTDs? How are they covering FTDs if nobody is selling? They don't need anybody to sell to cover FTDs. They just use continuous net settlement. If they have a short FTD, they need to match it to a long sale. If they have a long FTD, they need to match it to a short sale. It's not very complicated. Actually, it's super efficient. I can't seem to sell my SQQQ call. Bought pre-reverse split without getting a GFV warning. Any tips? How long? When did you buy it? Yesterday? It could be that you bought it with unsettled funds and you have to wait for those funds to settle. Ko-Fi. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Is shift search roughly accurate? If so, call volume is overtaking puts nicely, although there's more money going into puts and the money, of course. Yeah. So volume's higher call side, but the puts being purchased are more expensive. Also, some ape is buying hundreds of Jan 2023 950s. It's not necessarily an ape, right? I just noticed something interesting. All of Reddit's favorite stocks, not just retail, are running in the same up arrowhead pattern, which is not unusual, but UVXY is exactly inverse to that with a downwards arrowhead, completely independent of the SPY. That's a bit odd. There is a collaboration planned for tonight with Cosmic Lightning Warrior, Macross. Thank you so much, guys. Let me check out this UVXY. UVXY should have been kind of up. I mean, UVXY is like, so volatility is like inverse price generally. So if volatility goes up, it usually means the market is going down, which means that stocks contained in that index would also be going down. If that makes sense, a user. Unless they're also moving inverse the market. For 2021, 22% tax bracket, 14,000 off gross income saves you 3080 in taxes owed. Interesting. Have you watched any Cosmic Lightning? I'm excited because y'all have very different personalities and it should be a fun stream. I still haven't. I meant to sit down last night and watch some of his stuff, but I didn't have time. So you're saying they can settle FTDs by purchasing call and put contracts? No. I'm saying they can settle FTDs with existing volume if the volume is there. Could be the MOASS trigger people, institutions buying other stocks that are in the same ETF baskets as GME. It's possible if they all run simultaneously. Bones. Regarding CNS for viewers, our daily average volume is 2.65, meaning they can stuff around 30 to 60 million shorts in the pipeline. Are you going to discuss selling on the way down and an infinity squeeze with Cosmic? I don't know. Are those things that I'm going to need to discuss? Could you or the mods create a resources channel on Discord where there are links to the sites you use for your info and list of books? I have most of the books, but I missed some of the sites. Yeah, I could probably do that. I could probably do that. Can a DAO be used to buy stocks? I have no idea. These pattern movements have to be a specific Reddit basket that we're not aware of. And not just retail. Reddit stocks have nothing to do with retail, like Steel, CLF, and X moving together. It's possible. I mean, everything in the market a user is kind of tied to the VIX. So I don't know if it could just be like observational bias. Yeah, I saw the SS post. I think that needs to be peer reviewed a bit. A pretty huge knowledge gap on that over there. Lots of buy hold DRS peeps in that group. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Any luck getting in touch with Lauer, or is he scared of us? I don't know. I'm probably just like not big enough, I guess. I think he's in one of the discords I'm in too. I just haven't gotten a chance to talk to him because he's usually like only chatting during the day. CLF was a Wall Street bet stock. Huh. I know this daily kind of is in a way, but have you considered doing a devil's advocate stream? Look at your thesis is wrong. What would be seeing, etc. I mean, I have, and essentially by publishing it publicly, I've, you know, promoted the idea of peer review of my theory. I've yet to hear any like counter DD to it that was correct. The best reasoning would be that they cover FTDs as early as possible instead of carrying the risk until the very last minute. But we would still see the effects of that in the price action. I think by not looking at it in specific as a specific date, like due date, and more as a window in which they are due, it opens us up to being able to see more of the FTD flow and how it affects price. I'll DM Lauer, let him know that if he's ever in Brockton, that sometime behind the Wendy's dumpster is on me, and see if it moves the needle. Thanks, man. What about the Yora shill counter, DD? Well, that's garbage. Can we stop referring to this theory? This is a theory or thesis. They are established cycles confirming which financial instruments have been used. No, because some of them we don't have proof of, right? A user, like futures positions primarily. It's payday tomorrow. What are the chances we are down here? Decent. If large amounts of 195 puts were sold yesterday, is that bearish or bullish? Does Delta take precedent in deciding that? Large amounts of 195 puts were sold. I don't think they were sold. I think they were bought. Like, I'll try to give you an example. Like, these are sold. These are very close to the ask. Those look bought. These do not look sold. And based on Turd's data, it looks like they're selling out of the money puts and buying long calls. And then somebody else, so that's the bullish play. And somebody else is buying deep in the money puts. Are there any key terms for understanding what's going on with GME that you keep having to explain over and over again? I'm building a key terms list, and I thought I could help you out too. Max Pain, the Greeks, Delta, Max Pain and Delta hedging are the things I think I've explained the most. Bob. Internalization. The DTCC is not a prime lender. I think people assign far too many abilities to the DTCC when talking about them. Okay, here's $3. Now please give me the goddamn sauce on that entropy swap PDF you shared. Oh, MTB dork. It's complicated. Think of I'll try to give you an idea of how to think of it. Hedging of surface volatility. It's been a while since I got a haircut. He just wants a link to the paper. Let's send it to him. Can I send you a DM in Discord with a point on why people should be extra bullish and stop with the what if crime argument? Sure. Looks like Ford's about to pop. What are your thoughts? I mean, I haven't done a lot of research on Ford recently, but they look good, and are appearing to be a stronger and stronger competitor to Tesla. I think something like 100 and they're expected to deliver like 150,000 fully electric like F-150s within the next year or something, right? Also, probably a historically pretty safe to place to store money during a down depression, like a depression. Why isn't big money rolling into this risk? $16,000 OI on 26 strike calls, but that's only 16 million shares. Dan can, and they have a float of like 3 or 4 billion, I think. Yeah, Ford has a huge float, but I mean Tesla's doesn't have like a small one. Smaller than Ford. Another hedge fund allegedly went under yesterday. That brings the total to 6 small funds in the last 2 weeks going under. Short GME. How come we haven't seen price movement as a result? Forced buy-ins are being delayed. Where are you getting this information? Oh, of course I've played with the calculator. Ford is not a challenge to Tesla. False. Ford's primary customer is commercial industry. Think of every job site you've ever seen and how many pickup trucks are there. And those people don't care about rolling coal. They care about not paying for gas and having lower maintenance costs for their fleets. Yeah, I agree. They make shit cars, but so does Tesla. I work in finance for almost big money. You're correct. They believe too much risk and that the potential company growth is priced in already at 180. I have driven a Tesla, and I know a bunch of people who own them. Tesla have a big recall because all the stations and vehicles were Elon's voice reading his tweets. That's just the morning letter. If you were Kenny Boy, what would you do? Depends on what Kenny Boy's position is. People need to understand now that we have proof of big institutions going full blow with both calls and shares. If short hedge funds try something shady, they'll be first to rip them a new one so they can collect their attendees. If they do crime, it's a great sign that they're desperate and that the big institutions will go and shake them for all the money they can get. Yep, counterparty risk will forever be the best governor of a capital market. Figured out the infinity loop. Buy VIX calls, sell them, then lose buying GME calls. Works every time. Welcome to my life, double down. You still bullish for end of January? Yep. It's always been end of January through early Feb, Cyrax. The ETF FTDs have always extended out to Feb 8th. Now they just overlap through that period as well. Screen capture I'm looking at SS as 195p exactly at the bid of 66.11 for 1.4 million. You chairman posted it 19 hours ago from Shift Search. I mean, the ones I'm seeing do not look bought. Or do not look sold. Like, this is in between. This might be sold. These nearer term ones look sold. These are bought. Sold. Sold. See these Jan 21s, like these short terms. These look sold, and then the long-term ones look bought. You can also tell by the hedging and when the calls came in. Technically speaking, bought or sold cannot be determined by last traded price. When you say that they're deep in the money puts being purchased, are they being exercised? Possibly. It's not their way to bring down the price when it rockets. It's their way to extend their position to beyond when the price rockets. Oh yeah, the obligatory smash the like if you guys can. I forgot. I got out of the 135 CSP with $100 profit. Oh yeah. Fuck, nice, dude. How are they bought when OI is increasing? The OI is just increasing because it updates at the end of the day. And it's bought, not how are they bought when OI is increasing? If they were being sold to open, then OI that would increase OI. And obviously someone has to sell the call for someone else to buy it, right? How many roads must a man walk down before you can call him a Dan? And how many seas must a pigeon whale sail before he can rest in the sand? Beautiful. Are short-term deep in the money puts bullish or bearish? If we can correctly guess that they are sold. If they are sold, they are likely bullish and would line up with the massive number of out of the money calls being purchased. But the far out ones, like the Mays, the Aprils, the Junes, those don't look sold to me. And it makes sense for them to go from a short volatility position, which they currently have, to a negative delta long theta position for a near-term run. It protects them and their short volatility position from a spike in the near term. So if something were to squeeze and you wanted to maintain your position while not being affected by the massive spike in volatility which you were short on, it makes sense to move your position out past the spike in volatility. Charlie's Vids is an idiot. There, I explained it, Johnny A. Is that what the entropy swap entails? Sort of, in the fact that it acts as a hedge against surface volatility. Meaning they expect the price to run up. Yes. It's moving back down to test the bottom, or it's fallen under it. No, it's like right at it. Why don't you just draw the triangle on your own chart, Victor? Oh, where did my little floor go? My floor disappeared. Is this it? How did I move it up there? It's getting very close to the floor again, though. $210 would be the risk. Cross of 210 would be a drop. 210.93, so 211. I mentioned variance dispersion in Discord last night, right after reading up on it. Could they treat an ETF like an index and short the basket while switching to long volatility on GME? Yes. It's quite intelligent, actually. Yeah, with ETFs and the dispersion trading presents a significant risk to the market as they just scalp value off ETFs, essentially. I still, oh, son of a bitch. I'm sorry. Um, Apologies, Victor. There's that triangle for you, bud. Jamie breaking back up through VWAP. Today looks kind of good. I want to update Reddit. So is that profitable for them or simply I'll lose less from price suppression? Sorry. Which Nano? Why would a prime broker oversell a variance swap on a stock to the market maker of that stock, who both benefits and can influence the volatility of that stock? I've always been curious. Because money. Are you questioning the ethics of it? So they're accepting they're going to lose on GME, but are going to turn enough profit on the rest of the basket to come out ahead. That's possible. It's this. So after some studying, what you were trying to do last night was solve a second order homogeneous partial differential equation. That's not easy math. Yeah, and the worse yet, I don't remember half of it. It's been a long time since I've done anything even remotely like that. And I've never done it at a level that advanced. Puts are not support. The ones being sold at 100 might be, in a sense. 518, 250C too far out of the money. No way to tell. We will need to determine price action moving forward. They are risky. Riskier. But it also depends on what prices we can realize in the next week or so. Could be a counterparty betting against someone like Citadel? That's a good question. It's pretty easy math. Just solve it numerically. Did you know that Sir David P is Trade Spotting's Carl? I didn't. Do you think there's something about this channel that's special? It's cheap. I haven't been rejected this much since middle school dance. I'll see myself out. Is there still a put wall at 130 or what? I mean, a lot of it was sold off. There's still some remaining. Nope. Maybe I'll use Wolfram Alpha for the entropy equations. Maybe. Do you come up with your YouTube titles well in advance or morning of? Morning of. Sometimes like 10 minutes of my morning is just eaten up by me staring at my computer with no coffee, trying to think of a title for the day stream. Rumors there's some big name YouTubers, Review Dork, Matt Kors, Trey, STV, TMI, Andrew Mo Money, and others have sold their AMC and GME shares when AMC was at $72 a share. I wouldn't be surprised. That was a good price to sell it at. I'll be honest, Trade Spotting has too many rants live. His TA is really good, but it's a few moments and long shows of random talking. I'm a supporter, but I get more from Pi-Fi. Thanks, Sir David. Yahoo Finance said GameStop needs to get it together already. They're probably right. I should just sell now. Baron said GameStop said the stock is slipping. The thumbnails are like everyone, the thumbnails are all made by people in the community. Here's some fun math. Over the last few months, how many hours have you streamed total? Let's see. What is it? Like 7.5 hours a day for trading days since April, like something. What was my first stream? April 26th? To January 13, 22. So 179 days. 1,342.5 hours. Plus weekend, like, member streams. I'm not counting those, but that'd be another 74 hours. I don't know. I have a Twitch. There's a link for it below. I just don't like use it for anything. I thought internships only lasted 400 hours. Oh. Yeah, and the collabs, but those weren't super long. How many words of DD have you written? I have no idea. I spend that many hours a year chopping the carrot. I assume that's a euphemism. Sounds like you light it on fire. Volume on DDS is in the toilet, or is it my impression? I mean, the it's not it's not that the volume's in the toilet. The average volume's like 300K a day. It's got a super tiny float and almost no liquidity. See, this is bearish. I don't like that. Do you think they can cover and keep the MOASS from happening? I mean, they're going to try, right? Not sure if you saw my earlier post, but I'm the one that brought up on the stream asking him to clear up the tweet. It didn't go well for me, but I was truly just trying to help. It's okay, man. Can you check a setting? Go to YouTube Studio, click on Channel, Advanced Settings. Under Clips, see if it has a check that turns off clipping. Um, Settings. What was it? Channel Advanced Settings. What the fuck are advanced settings? I have settings. Oh, advanced settings. Okay. There's nothing there about clipping. Yeah, I don't have anything there about clipping. Nope. Still think DWAC is a pump and dump? Yep. Just because it's finding value now, months later, does not mean it was not a pump and dump. You gotta stop boofing all these FTDs. Isn't this just gonna make a move to the upside more explosive? Yeah, the longer they hold it down, the more potential energy is built up, right? I think this was harder because everyone being aware of the cycles. Some trading GME now. If true, we should see an equal upside back to the long-term trend. Thoughts, violence incoming. I agree. Probably around or before the same time that GameStop has the potential to. Salmonella. Expect an announcement from Goldman Sachs in the worst moment for Citadel. Probably not friends. BBY ripping. Interesting. Hmm. Send you the video tutorial via Discord DM. Cool deal. Thanks, man. It might be like because of my subscriber count that they don't give live clipping. So the hate for Trump continues here, and you know that's what is. Come on, people can make some money with us. It has nothing to do with Trump. I don't give a shit about Trump. It's a pump and dump. I see market manipulation occurring. It's a dangerous play. For you enter stream for good, you need to figure out how to get access to the clip button. I think they meant GameStop by GS. Oh. It makes more sense if they meant Goldman Sachs, to be fair. How can they suppress FTDs if they have due dates? By internalizing them? By net settling them? FTDs create volatility. They do not necessarily create upside movement. They can. I mean, it makes sense to people, right? If you have a shitload of FTDs, drive the price down and try to cover them down here over a longest period of time as you can. And once that starts slipping, then you eat the risk on the remaining, right? But you try to minimize your losses. This isn't sustainable, but it's worth it. You're just see, here's the problem is a lot of people asking these questions are just mad that the price hasn't gone up. You have to be patient. This is a very basic question. I'm embarrassed to ask, but why does the next candle always open below the close of the prior? Normal candlesticks are open, high, low, close, set apart on a time series. Hankin Ashi candles are open at the midpoint. So 1/2 open plus close of the open plus close of the previous bar. Does that make sense? Maybe I've just confused you more. Maybe if you look at it like with the regular candlesticks, you get a better idea. It's like Hood still trying to find value. Does JPM essentially have their finger on the game over button being the prime? They may not be the only prime. We most likely expect XRT price action to go up further into this month. It's starting to see some improvement now. It's consolidating. It's really not breaking out of this low trend, though. We'll see. I mean, this looks bullish or ready for a bullish move. I don't know how fast XRT is going to move. When it does, I think it'll move very quickly, though. Oh man, I'm super far behind on chat. Sorry, guys. These Wall Street types all insufflate a stimulant commonly cut with baby laxatives, which can multiply the boost velocity considerably, if not careful. I don't have any politics. So I'm trying to get people to pump your stock. Dugson asked a question. We didn't hear the answer. If you did, are entropy swaps cash settled or can they be share settled? I'd imagine they could be share settled. More people watching your stream right now than people watching Bazinga's live stream. Well, quality of information, right? GME easy money. Someone described GME's price movement like a volleyball being pushed underwater. The lower they pushed it, the higher it came back up. That's not bad. Give me a date that we need to see volatility and movement by. January 25th is when I would roll. Any. That's when I plan to roll if I haven't seen improvement. So I'm willing to pay the cost of theta on my position through January 25th before rolling it forward and getting more theta. What are your thoughts about yesterday's writing of in the money puts? I don't think they were. I don't think they were all sold. I think the near term ones were for Jan 21, Jan 14. I think the far dated May, April, June, or April, May, June. That's out of order. Puts were primarily bought. They came in very quickly at a test of 130. The subsequent hedging pushed the price down rather quickly. That can be also conflated with the short volume that came in at the same time that those contracts came in, or compared to. Stop giving short hedge funds tips. I don't know if I'm giving them anything they don't have already. Maybe. But with all their data, if they're so fucking stupid that they can't come to the same conclusions as me in advance, then why the fuck are people investing their money with them? That's fine. If we don't. Have fun, man. Do you think it's likely to run next week or they'll dodge 121 call OI? It's actually just market manipulation. Do you think we'll run next week or they'll dodge 121 call OI? We'll see. I don't know. 121's tricky. Lots of bullish bets coming in for the 14th and the 21st. The 14th I think is a little unreasonable, but the 21st could be interesting. I think most GME investors weren't investors before the Wall Street Bets movement. They don't have a concept of patience or ups and downs of a security. I know, but they've learned them the hard way, the hardest way. Markets being closed Monday, does that give them more time to kick the can with deferments? I mean, there's some deferment going on, but nothing significant for Martin Luther King Day. We looked this up already. A while back. Yeah, none of the deferred dates are significant for us. Birdcave's volume is mostly low. Why doesn't it just trade sideways? Very wide bid ask spread. You know, so it gaps up and down very quickly. What do you think of our friend from New York, Lou? I just like from what I've heard, I haven't really watched his videos. I just assume he's a con man. So basically just waiting for the FTDs to overwhelm internalization and CNS bandwidth. Yes. And by waiting, I mean buying Feb 18s or later and buying the unsustainable dip. Correct. How are they able to create volume to cover FTDs like in after hours the other day? Seems like normal hours volume is so absurdly low due to illiquidity unless they are covering block sales. I think I found something big by plotting the structural entropy of stocks. DM me. I don't know. We'll see. He said he kind of wanted to do like a static video. Um, that's what he was mentioning last night. There was a lot going on, but I just wanted to. I just wanted to reach out to him last night and let him know that I didn't have any like hard feelings or anything, and I understood that although his tweet may have been vaguely worded, it wasn't directly directed at me. And I saw some of the comments on his tweet, and I just wanted him to let him know that I in no way wanted to stir up any drama. Because it kind of just feels like more division when it is needed the least. Dividend possible or no? Digital? Why not? I don't think so. Definitely not digital. But also no dividend. Fucking our EPS isn't even positive. No one's issuing a dividend. It's a growth stock. It's not a value investment yet. I mean, it is. It's a long-term value investment, but it's a growth stock. I would hope that GameStop would not release a dividend of any type. Would you ever sell out? No, probably not. I don't have any incentive to. If they constantly internalize that push GME to reg show, it can, yeah. How do you see us breaking out? A run in after hours like last week? Probably. SLD is deferred? Not for long. No, doesn't SLD start next Wednesday? So it wouldn't be. Lou was actually arrested for fraud. Finally becoming a YouTuber involved in petty drama. No thanks. Do you think Starbucks looks good for a day trade to the upside right now? It kind of just looks like GameStop in a way. Yeah, I mean, this breakout's confirmed, but The risk is narrow. Like your risk is here at 104.15. You'd be buying for a test of 104.50. So it's kind of a narrow range. I'm not overly fond of it. Uh, Kind of a slow mover, big free float. I find this isn't a very good day trade stock. I'm not saying it can't break out, but I don't love it. This is starting to look more bullish. Let's see. Another defeat. Still just consolidating. Is it bad if they release a dividend? I mean, a cash one would be kind of frowned upon, given that they're in the middle of a turnaround and should be investing that money elsewhere. Tonight, 7:30 for the Cosmic Collab Pickle Beaters. Sorry if you explained it already. Smooth Brain here. How do the puts expire next Friday help us as GME holders? The like near the money puts that expire this Friday, it's like tomorrow. It relieves pressure to the downside. They're slightly in the money currently at 130, 140. If Jimmy wasn't so manipulated, what do you think its fair value would be right now? Probably somewhere between like 180, 225, maybe 250. Without some forward leading statements. With some forward leading statements, maybe higher, maybe like 350. With some of that plan in place, like 500. Without a stock split, my personal like 3-year projection was like 850. If everything went to plan, as far on the e-commerce side and with the digital marketplace. Are you DRSing any of your shares? I don't know. Still unconvinced as to its efficacy. You can tell Girk has dated a lot of crazy women. He wants no drama. Well, except from the women. That's just a good time. Wouldn't a dividend be the best way of triggering MOASS? Why would GameStop want to trigger MOASS besides to get shorts off their stock? FUD is out there today. Must be getting close to some explosion. Probably. That's when the FUD's at its greatest. What are your thoughts on Joan? I haven't ever had any. Interesting. very interesting. This was just this year? Hmm. There's something going on there. I need to dig into it more to see what. But I think it might break out. No, it did. 126. It's definitely interesting, but the range of movement's very narrow. I like the low float. Um, I'm not too sure about its ETF, where it is an ETF. So there's definitely some short interest there, or some synthetic share making going on. I'm so bored. I might start trading the SPY. You're not alone. Do whatever you want, Anthony the dad. I can't tell you what to do there, man. You know that. Can you do a children's book where you teach them how to draw triangles? Maybe. BBY up 7% almost. That's significant. How many shares you buy after MOASS happened and we're back at 300? The float? I don't know. We'll see. A bunch. Probably leaps. Probably not shares, just like maybe like in the money leaps a couple years out. You guys don't feel it in your plums. It's coming. JFresh, stop squeezing your balls. XRT breaking out. I'm so bored. I might start trying to understand entropy. Entropy on GME has been constantly decreasing over the years because it was sold short. Ooh, thank you, Bob. FTD is expected to 3 million total flow. 3.2 million. Okay. What's my favorite MTG card? Brainstorm. You see that chart showing S&P returns over 30 years from after hours pre-market versus normal trading hours? I might start buying Mac and sell MAO strategies on the SPY options every day. Give it a shot. You J Fresh. Son of a bitch. Bob didn't write about 6 million volume today, right? Oh, total flows. No. Wait. Bob, is total flow 6 or 3? Because I see both. Or is that a running total of flow? Is he still in here? He just sent me a thing, but I'm not sure which is which. In the last 48 hours, I grew a futures trading account by 10% for a funded trader evaluation website. Just wanted to say thanks for all the free, highly informative trading content. Yeah, no problem, man. Bob had written about 6 million. Yeah, I'm not sure. I gotta check that. For in the money leap calls, when does theta decay really start cutting into the contract price? I mean, if they're in the money, never. Right? Theta decay slows way down for contracts that are in the money, especially if they're deep in the money. Based on ETF flow, Chris, would I consider what on stream? Where can I find a link to your trading view indicator? Steven, it's in the announcements channel on the Discord. Can they cover FTDs early? Yeah. If so, wouldn't it be possible they cover this week and then some from Friday and Monday's volume? Yeah. They can. Are they? I'm not too sure. Real-time options if they're showing 200 Jan 24 510 purchased at 1140. Should show in shift search in a couple minutes if accurate. Shift search should be 15-minute delay. I'm not seeing them. Not yet. When was your comment? 11:53. So I'll check at 12:08. Or yeah, 12:08. So intraday cup and handles about to break up. I mean, if it's an intraday cup and handle, it's gonna test here, right? And then fail and then test again. DDS alert. Ooh. Hey. Somehow my options went down. I love the illiquidity on this piece of shit. Thoughts if we don't see 3 million volume today based off of the FTDs that are up. We don't know if all ETF flow is necessarily FTDs on GameStop. It just gives us an approximation, right? There's no way to know if it's specifically GameStop. Thoughts on BBBY? Probably a good long-term play due to their share buyback. Thoughts on AA selling more shares? Is he trying to help apes secure the float? Of course. Do you have a price target for DDS? I think it can squeeze. I'm not sure how high it'll go. Maybe the high, like 3 digits, 500-600. Bid ask on DDS 340 is like 125, 550. It's ridiculous. Check shift search. Did they just stop buying puts? It kind of looks like it. These are all shifting closer to the bid. It's P to 862. I don't know. Last pricing on the mids is still like mid. It's still like mid range, so it's hard to tell if it's bought or sold. Those aren't really changing significantly. I think these Aprils are being bought. Yeah. Looks like Aprils are being bought. Oh, I's picking up. Jan 13. This whole week, oh, I's picking up on the 100. The hundreds are definitely being sold. I just want to stop and give the video a like and say thanks for giving me something to listen to while I avoid working. Cough burp. What's up, man? Welcome back. Would you consider trading the SPY on stream? I've done it a bunch. Maybe. I don't know. We might do that this week if things get super boring. My plums are raging right now. Okay, you need to calm down, JFresh. Hmm. Wonder how that'll play out. Yes, I read the Bruce Nutson's papers on stock market manipulation and intraday overnight trading gains. Thanks for all you do. Talked about the short hedge funds internalizing buys to cover FTDs. What stops them from doing that indefinitely? Margin and asymmetric risk. Nas. The lower they keep the price, and the more they internalize, the more buy pressure picks up on the stock. Breaking news: Dillard's launching their own currency. They're going to take old clothes hangers, melt them down, press them into coins, and sell them at the register as Dillard's dollars. Fantastic. XRT double top, head and shoulders. So ETF FTDs could be for any stock held by that ETF, but we're fairly confident that most are for GME as a way to continue shorting without borrowing from lenders. Yes. CNBC is talking about Adam Aarons selling out the apes on TV right now. I mean, he's been doing that for months. Do plums mean plums literally, or is it metaphorical? Oh shit. What if everyone sells their AMC? People selling? It's not significant. People should be selling. Curious. What was your friend's simple strategy for trades he trades the SPY with? I know it took years of getting the feel for it though. Um Not only years of getting the feel for it, but he has an uncanny ability to predict movements in the SPY like I have never seen with anybody. But he's been trading the SPY for like the S&P for like 20 years. It's definitely not experience learned overnight. But he trades VWAP crossovers on the S&P. He trades the SPY. He trades S&P minis, like the E future minis, and he also just trades straight up S&P. He essentially just like sets up Bollingers and VWAP, like VWAP 14. And then he trades the bounce and cross ups as it moves through the band range. If it reverses on him, he starts buying, short positions to hedge the long position as he backs out of his long position. He's a very experienced trader. I would not suggest that strategy for somebody new to trading. It requires near perfect order execution and an understanding of support resistance and turnaround. Want to buy some AMC calls? Fuck no, Turdferg. Why did you buy those things? You should have known better. Never buy a stock because it's cheaper. If you're like, if you're walking into an investment and you're like, I want to buy this because it's cheap, like it's going to do the same thing as this other thing, but it's cheaper, it's probably not going to do the same thing as the other thing. Who are you talking about? This is a friend of mine. When a company acquires a ticker, once the former options chain expires, there's a T plus 35 to cover the former tickers, FTDs, i.e. Newegg. Do you have any input on this theory? A couple of us curious of your take. When a company acquires a ticker, once the former options chain expires, there is a T plus 35. No, they have to be covered before the... So if a company acquires a ticker and it's delisted, those positions need to be covered before it's removed from the market. Like Spurt, Trace Subway Cup, or Subway Cup. No longer belonging to Trey. Today's people bought Ford instead of Tesla and are up instead of down. Yeah. The white fuzz on your brim is maddening. Where is it? It's just like everywhere. It's disgusting. I just wanted you to take the hat off. Probably. Why bulls shouldn't be concerned about the AMC stock sale? How much of it is lint on my hat and not just... Wait, was that just lint on my monitor? Oh, okay. How many shares were returned? 80,000 returned to IBKR. What's Fidelity looking like? Does anybody have... Do you guys have that up right now? Let me take a look. Fidelity, iBorrow down. Fidelity at 104. So Fidelity down, iBorrow up. Interesting. The block order in the center is the one I messaged about on stream. Oh, interesting. Block 510 calls. Spot 128, size 200, price. Where's the fucking bid ask though? 27. I gotta check the. You have to. It's annoying that you have to check the bid manually. Those are 523, 500, right? Hold on, Haley. 510, 119.24. 2750. I think they're sold, but I'm not sure. 2750. No, they're bought. I don't see a bump in OI even. Premium 550k, volume 201, OI 162. Interesting. Oh yeah, it's time for me to check that on shift search and see if I see the order. Gen 2023 900 950, Gen 1924. Yeah, they're here on shift search. So yours definitely got it sooner. Can you give me a link for that? Are you still definitely getting a kitty cat? Do you have pre-picked names? I have a few. Fidelity down to 69k. Okay, so borrowing from Fidelity, some are being returned to IBKR. Vigna. Oh. Yeah. It'd be awesome if it was actually free. Second trial with second email. If you don't give your cat first, middle, and last name, are you really into cats? Could a collective group of DRS retail from a corporation and do a hostile takeover of GME hypothetically? Would they count as one entity? No. I mean, not unless they banded together as one entity. We ripping? We're consolidating even more. Our cat's names are Margaret, Josephine, and Little Cat. Little Cat is special. My cat doesn't have a middle name, and I'm not really that into him. I can confirm this theory. Ripping into consolidation. My cat is called Fosh Thunderpants Kilkenny. Yes, it's stated on his password. Thanks, don't fuck with cats. I remember the daily chart was an ascending wedge. Me too. Those were good days. How much could a group of us pay you to do an in-depth DD on another ticker to use your unbiased take and compare it to existing DDs? I know you have a price. Ha ha ha. Seriously though, how much? Take a Wall Street analyst's, like an analyst desk manager's salary, divide it by the number of working days in a year plus bonus, and then that's the price. By the way, that's like yeah, plus expenses. It's like a 7-figure position. No, I will not accept dick pics. Dick pics as a form of payment. My cat is Henrietta Higginbottom, and she's 22 years old. And is only 8 pounds and looks like a kitten. The Benjamin Button of cats. Interesting. That was a long way of saying no. I didn't say no. I'm gonna do the math on that now. Maybe I'm doing the wrong job. How many working days are in a year? Well, it's a salary, so I can just divide it over the course of the year. $250 days. Thank you, Jay Fresh. So that's $6,300 a day, depending on how many days it takes. Billable. So $780 an hour billable. Man, I cost way more than Bruce. I to contract you for 20 minutes. Volatility's picking up. I came up with 37, 80, 82. I came up with more. You're forgetting the bonus. 30% bonus. It's like 1.56 million a year. Pre-tax. Divided by 260 working days. Then divided by 8 hours. 250 working days. I wouldn't take a job as an analyst if I wasn't getting a fat fucking bonus. At least 30%. That's a minimum. I was giving myself 10 vacation days. That's why it's not 260, it's 250. Don't forget the Pigeonwell discount code recoupon. Most people I know in that position have bonuses that range from like 30 to like 120% of their yearly salary. Some of them make far more money off their bonus than they do on their salary. Fang seems to be tanking right now. It's interesting. I'm not drinking sweet tea. I'm drinking coffee. Like, can a whale just buy 3 million shares and destroy their margin? Why would they? It depends what you're doing. Like, if you're at a fund or you're at a hedge fund, like if you're at a mutual fund or a hedge fund, the bonus structure varies greatly. Fixed income. Golden handcuffs. This whole thing's just gonna keep failing. Is the spy tanking right now? Ooh, yeah. Ooh, the spy fell through its floor. That's no bueno. I'll buy some Google on the dip. Oh, there's just no bottom to this anymore. Yep. That's accelerated. Hmm. Good thing I didn't buy cat. So many discounts. You buying a survival bunker? Probably not. Hmm. It's a pretty big slip. $165 support. Interesting. I don't really trade commodities. I'd probably be long oil right now if I did. But you can do that through equities as well, or ETFs. Are consolidation lines just drawn from the upper lower peak and follow the trend, or is there more to them? It's pretty much how you draw support resistance lines. Fuck me in the pants. You're gonna be a political donor after us? Not unless it buys me something I want. Well, Baba. Well, that's interesting. PBBY tanking the market? I doubt it. GME actually barely down on the day. We're beating the market currently. Tell me if I'm crazy or not. I feel that the rising inflation rate has been planned and coordinated by the Fed and institutional investors that attempt to price resale out of the market in order to potentially stop MOASS or any other event like it in the future. That's insane. Am I the only one who thinks that Pi-Fi looks like white ice cube? AMD way down, Sam Jones, or AMD cheap? It's different ways of viewing that. Be a glass half full kind of guy. Would you say their primary motive is winning the psychological war against retail or surviving one more day? In other words, are they playing offense or defense? Uh, most likely offense. They don't really play defense, right? It's like a glass cannon. Will you rage quit during boss because you failed as a shill? Why ascribe inflation to an illuminate plan when an easier explanation is JPOW is an insecure egotist who refuses to preside over market correction that has been can-kicked since 2008? I'll not have you talk that way about Chairman Powell. Dunstan. You give him the due respect that his lack of experience deserves. F2BBY, Jan 14, $13 calls, practicing your spurt exit strategy. I feel so alive. Thanks, Pathfi. You got it, man. Late to the stream today. Do they have FTDs today as well? If so, any estimate? No estimate. They do. I think Bob's got like 3 million in flow, and then FTDs for the concurrent time frame look pretty slim. Ben Bernanke's coffee intern greater than J Powell. Changed my mind. J Powell is the most, or Chairman Powell is the most inept man to ever sit in his seat. And my gains over the last 2 years of nonstop bull market thank him every day. I will not have you disparage his good name in here, Dunstan. Not for a second. J Pow is full bull. After the inevitable economic collapse that he has likely facilitated, then we can talk shit. Praise be to J Powell, concubine of Lady VWAP. Can we get an NWA stream card? The title being straight out of VWAP. Someone make it happen. I don't think it'd be the first time they've photoshopped me onto Ice Cube. Or maybe Easy E when I had the perm. I know Kurt Russell when I see him. Is Hannah okay? I don't know. I haven't seen her since last night. Just joined. Can you give me an overview of today's price action, the current amount of FTDs if known, and how many times you've torqued for stream and how it all relates? Thanks. Praise you up. No. Hey man, interested as to why you think price is being pegged at 130 and not any other possibly lower price point, because they can't get it down lower successfully. What about Pie-Fi as Patrick Swayze? GME is that one chick, and the clay on the wheel is MOASS. Oh, we've already done that one. Except it was me with, or was it Ryan? I don't remember. We did that one before. That's already been done. The comments you made on trade spotting last night, are you surprised we haven't seen more of VUP? No. I don't expect this to be an immediate reaction, but a soon reaction. Also, I kind of just wanted to see if he knew what the fuck I was talking about. But I don't think the message got across. Can I get another opinion on it? Do you think the entropy swap is a short instrument or a long-term one? Seems like it would have to be short since it's a derivative of variance. I think generally, yeah, it would be short. But I guess there could be advantages to having it out longer, but the risk is potentially very high. If it can be hedged. I think it's like a short-term answer to hedging short variance. Or reducing risk on short variance, right? Girk, serious question. Has President Darth Dan proved himself worthy of modship yet? I have absolved and cleansed him of his Dan stench. See, and yet contact with the Dans reapplies it. So it's questionable. We've already done the Mario one as well. Max Payne's still 135. I think so. I just saw XRT over. It's not uncommon for ETFs to be shorted over 100%. Can you explain what happens on the OPEC date in February? Options expire and gamma exposure is created. Same thing that happened February, June, August, or February, May, August, and November of last year. President Darth wants to move on and live a happy life, free of the greatest hive mind in the world has ever known. The elder Dans have allowed this transition. The problem here, Dan Almighty, there's considerations that need to be made. GME could be next. It's not ripping on no news. It's ripping because of market mechanics. And yes, I'm well aware of what it's doing. It's like if you took bulk variance of the variance question mark, I can come up with a nice definition of entropy and statistics, but that's just the Shannon entropy, not group entropy. Hmm. Your trash wants you to acknowledge him and stare into the camera. What's up, trash? How you doing, man? How's Oklahoma today? Is it flat? I'm just gonna I'm just gonna stream like this for a little while. Am I related to J-Pow? Stop flexing your statistical thermodynamics knowledge on the poor. I don't have any of that. Well, the stock likes it, so I'm gonna keep doing it. You didn't hand me any L's last night. Get out of here. Just because you found a contrarian definition. Specifically, a more generalized one. You're not a Confederate soldier. Just like I'm not from New England and thus not a Yankee. I'm talking to the guy who's talking about Shannon entropy. How much FUD would a FUD chuck FUD if a FUD chuck could fuck FUD? Chuck FUD? Damn, I almost made it through. Could you point at the candle while looking at the screen, maybe with a stick? I have a question about your podcast tonight, live stream with Cosmic Lightning Warrior. I sent you a DM on Discord. If you can have a look, I think it would be beneficial for some educational discussion. I can talk to Cosmic about it and see what he has to say. Obviously, I would need to vet that as well. When Boss Blunts collab? Absolutely never. Can you push the stock up? Okay, thanks, bye. Where do you think we were compared to last year at the $19 price point or $31 price point? What an odd comparison to try to make. Significantly higher than both of those? What do you say about the market as national security issue theory? No, national security ensures the safety of the market. US has got a big army. People will use the dollar, or we'd likely make them. Hey, bro, honest question. Are we running out of time? I appreciate this thing could pop, but it's leaving us enough time to get into the heights of 1K for those margin calls. As far as, is this going to be MOASS? I don't know. I mean, a negative gamma long theta position would imply that they think that they can defeat the peak of a squeeze. That doesn't mean they're right. So I wonder how BBBY kicked off ETF covering last time and after hours. Do you know how much pressure BBBY would have to exert to get any other basket stocks to start running? Quite a bit more than it currently is. Did you read my Ko-Fi? You don't have to read it out. Tell me what I'm missing. I would appreciate it. I thought I did read your Ko-Fi. Hear me out. When inflation rises historically, average wage generally don't increase proportionally to other basic necessities like homeownership, gas prices. Therefore, retail investors have less discretionary income and less market participation. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're just describing an economic decline, right? I mean, a lot of what keeps people out of the market even today is like generational fear. Bred from, the 1929 or 1929 crash. How many people's grandparents told their parents, who told you to, don't participate in the market, don't trust banks, shit like that. Have you ever had a dream that you had you could you'll okay, no. What about Girk as Rip from Yellowstone? VWAP cowboy hat? I don't I don't know. I don't make the stream cards. You gotta talk to the guys in the Louvre. I can't believe there hasn't been a Brokeback Mountain one yet, honestly. Assuming the new squeeze is coming, is Entropy simply their best play to counter that pressure? I think so. It doesn't necessarily imply its success or failure. Simply a means to dodge the exposure. We need some music in here today. We gotta get the energy level up. I didn't get enough sleep for that. Isn't this week November fail FTD window? Why are we not seeing significant volume? Because the FTDs pick up. Also, our volume's still better today than it generally is. Our 3-month average volume has gone up. Originally, staring at the camera thing was going to be while you did ASMR. Whatever happened to that? You know, stare into my soul, whisper into my ear while you do it. 3 hours ago, you were pretty bullish and hyped. Seemed like that faded away. Still am. Just tired. The coffee didn't do it. Bro, what happened? This? Mostly. Yeah, that sentiment changed a little bit, right? But most of those investors were ill-informed, right? VWAP down cycle and got burned, just perpetuating that. An RGME jungle mod posted some anti-options FUD. Didn't bother reading it. I don't care. We're only down just over 1%. Relax. Sold half a position in a stock I owned to buy a couple of GME shares. That stock I sold went up to 25% after I sold. Big brain moves. Nice. I love how people project their insecurities about their position onto you. Do you think we're going to get some sweet after hours action to celebrate the 1 week anniversary from last Thursday? Nothing is the same. The only thing that's the same this year is contractual obligations. The price, the volatility, the percent of retail ownership, these are all drastically different. I think Pink made that email up. Prove it. Shoulder my insecurities, Kirk. Do we think DFE's still holding? I mean, he didn't sell at 480 and he didn't sell at 350. So I don't see why he would have sold at 350 the second time. What do you think about Gary Gensler? I think he's got an agenda. It's just one that's more favorable to us. The enemy of my enemy and all that. Cheeks fisted, Gary. One day. His call options picked up to match last year? No. But it has picked up. What do you think of Darth Vader? Not a big Star Wars fan. Some of those puts were sold. Some of those puts were bought. Is it bullish? Yes. The increase in open call interest is bullish. Not so much the sold puts. I'm just working through a thought I had that seemed to correlate with their strategy of waiting retail out and the overall institutional sentiment. They want the market to crash and a recession to begin, and that's how they want to get. That's what they've been waiting for this whole fucking time. That's why when Omicron news started picking up, they doubled down their fucking position across the entire sector. As a long-term holder, what would not be bullish for GME? Seems like almost everything for the past year has been bullish. Share offerings. Share offerings are cancer. That would be the most bearish thing I can think of. Uh, an announcement of of future plans, and they're just shitty. That would be pretty bearish also. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Imagine being burnt twice on Rona shorts. Hold very few options for Fed, but here's the big question. What are we looking for to exercise? Literally just the stock running or crushing through particular strikes? I mean, to exercise, you're going to want it to run hard. You know, you're going to want to see strikes at double the value of where you own them, ideally, to exercise most efficiently. So if you have 200s, you know, you probably want to see a test of 400 before you start considering exercising. Do you think Jimmy buying back 100 million worth of shares would shoot the price up? Maybe. That might have been what we saw happen in after hours. Share buybacks don't have to be announced in advance, or at least I don't think they do. I heard a theory that Citadel that got that money and intends to short the whole market as there's an impending crash and will generate profit so that their GME shorts can be held for years. I'm pretty sure they've been short the whole market since March of 2020. I don't know if there's a way to track that. It's gonna be all right, Greg. Please stop freaking out. There's still time. I know you're upset, but you have to stay strong. Come on, stop crying. You're at work and people are getting worried. Is my gaslighting working? No. The most bullish thing is when the CFO and CEO sell all or the majority of their shares. What is GME Entropy? Did I miss a DD? No, I haven't written a DD. Why is XRT not dropping like the rest of the market? It did. It did big down right there. Has BBBY ran the same cycles as GME? Similar. It's in the same ETF baskets. Bed Bath and Beyond. What's BYND? Oh, Beyond Meat. I don't really know if that correlation is statistically relevant. It may just be that the position is closed. A lot of things ran at this around January. But I don't see any other correlation with GameStop. They clearing one basket at a time? Probably. Help, I'm up 485% on a BBY call. This has never happened before. Is it broken? No. Because BBY is up 15%, do you think because of the basket theory that GME will run tomorrow? Not necessarily, but soon. I don't know how many people turn to day trading GME. I wouldn't say that our volume has picked up significantly enough for that to be a reality. The heat inferno. Check Discord DM. Interesting. That's a lot of fucking Jan. Those are smaller. Block 61722 190. Hmm. What's sold? 150, 180, 180, 180. I mean, it looks like they're placing credit spreads. I'm sure you chart their FTD, GME, ETF dates, the final due dates for each, yes. I mean, you can, I think IBKR gives you some access to dark pools. Fidelity 50% out. Done. I don't get it. Greg promised it would hit 7,800 end of day. This doesn't look good. Ah, never mind. I discovered why my plums were tingling. They needed to be expressed. Oh boy. Thank you, Jesus Christ. How long are you gonna beat this thing down? I don't know. It's cheaper. Enjoy the discount. XRT ETF shorted 204% of the float as of January 11th. Yep. Greg promised 250 by 14. No, I didn't. What's the AMD play like? What AMD play? It's like a long-term buy and hold. It's pretty cheap right now. They're shorting the entire basket. How is BBBY able to rep? Because they can cover them one at a time. Max Pain tomorrow on the menu again. Max Pain's going to drop tomorrow if we continue this price action. Isn't it somewhat a fiduciary duty of GME to protect shareholders of nefarious shorting? Yeah. Sure, but the way they go about it is up for interpretation. Does this make sense to you? By not cash settling my Feb 220 on a major run and just holding it, I'm providing more leverage for retail. You have more leverage over the delta value of your contract. Did you say you streamed with Trade Sweating last night? No, I just like sent him some messages. I hopped in his stream for like a little bit. Bid between 200. Is that too far out of the money to cause any pressure on them? What's the delta on those right now? It's like 20. They're very cheap right now. It causes some pressure. Not a lot. 20 shares divided by... like price per point of delta is like $23. So you get leverage on 20 shares of GameStop for pretty cheap. What is short percent on XRT ETF? It's like above 200%. Yeah. Is there an email I can send a photo for a stream card idea to? I didn't see a file in Discord and I can't seem to figure it out. You can just go to the Louvre and you hit the like little plus icon on the chat bar and you can upload a file. Subway. We're in descending channel from a recovery on Jan 10th. A little bit, yeah. Pushing back down to 120. The market's rebounding, however, so a little bit. Well, it's stabilizing. I don't want to say rebounding. GME is continuing to be shorted. 9,000. There is no 741 pattern. That DD is a oversimplification of a complex process. Could the dip be because BBBY is ripping and they need to keep their margin in check on the basket? Could be. But BBBY isn't ripping that much. It's only up like a little bit. XRT interest back up to 336%? I thought it was 204. I keep getting different numbers in the chat. I'm gonna have to check myself. Since November 22nd, the stock has lost 16. You know, the best thesis that I've seen on 741 was the VW short interest, or the VW Porsche ownership. Was 74.1. $741 was your daily salary for BlackRock? No, hourly. Too many songs to say why it's not. They know it's being aggressively shorted. They don't care. Conrad. Yeah, enough options to. They did. They had, I think, 30% in options, or 30.1%, something like that. That sounds like an awfully high number, Ken. Unpopular opinion, RC owes his shareholders explanation for plans here. Stock down 50% in a month is unacceptable. Just watching retail get shredded after we were the reason GME was able to raise $1 billion. I want to make more money to keep buying March options and fund these CoFis. I'm considering extracting bull mayo behind the Wendy's dumpster, but I fear that the Dans are territorial. Recommendations on other fast food dumpsters I could work behind. Try Burger King. Burger Kings are even shadier than Wendy's, though. You have to keep yourself safe, man. Looking at the 15-minute, there's a clear descending channel starting end of day, Jan 10th. Yep. Shorts are really worried about the FTDs, huh? Bullish as fudge. Big boom incoming. I mean, yeah, they're pushing it to the very limit, as low as they feasibly go. And our descending channel starts far earlier. But it's consolidating. If you just want to look at it from a technical standpoint. I might buy some more shares at GameStop at this price. You're doing a great job bringing it down and killing retail sentiment. It was much easier for them to push it down to 40, 50 last year after the sneeze than it would be for them to repeat that currently, right? I mean, yeah. As much as I'd love to see it at $40 again to buy more, I think it'd be nearly impossible for them to get it that low. Although, I've been impressed with them lately. Just remember, the more they short it, the more asymmetric risk. Nobody knows the real answer, but how long do you think they can sustain this? As long as possible. That's what we know. That they will sustain this until they cannot. Or alternatively, until they are ready to let it go. I have a CS direct buy that goes through every week for 2,000 worth of shares. The lower the price, the more shares we DRS per dollar. Yeah. We've been lower than this. This isn't even our low for like the last 2 weeks. We hit like 120. Starting to think that Ken Griffin might be the real Ken Griffin. I heard you like dicks. When you say ready to let it go, does that mean they've hedged all risk? Yeah. Or hedged as much as they can. Pablo Domingo, thank you for becoming a billionaire again? Or for the first time? Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. It's the dip before the dip. Chill. Exactly. It's already turning against them. Based on the skew and IV, it's already starting to turn against them.
Yo. Let's get it.
Do you plan to continue streaming after MOASS?
Just some pitbull fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
I get in the market only to find out everything I ever heard about it was correct. What were the odds? I'd let it expire, and then once my Discord privileges put me back in with the pores, I knew I had to renew. Understandable. If you compare the entropy of GME and AMC, you see which one is being used as the entropy hedge for the other. Yes. I agree. Do you have a plot of that you can send me? We have one, but it's kind of not easy to read. Feb 1-4 window more likely to spike than the Jan 10 through 25 window, not so much. I don't care. I have options that are for February 18th. But I still think that January, like up into the leap exposure, could be significant. Or they're just trying to get those leaps out of the money. Maybe they can sustain it long enough to do that. But holy shit, are they going to have a lot to cover if they do? A lot. Didn't GME insiders just increase their position by 5%? Like, I'm not sure about that. shorting or selling. ETF creation. Hard to say. We can get the ETF flow at the end of the day and check it. You think pride is the only thing standing in the way of AMC apes coming over? Or that mixed with cheaper share price? I mean, I think most of the people involved with AMC are probably the type of, or fully involved with AMC, are probably the type that would, you know, only jump ship to a stock that was already running. Shop to pick a view. How do I get it to you? Discord. Although I think Superstock's attitude towards options has increased favorably in the last week, people need to realize they spiked IV as soon as we were memeing about calls again. What's an aspect of how this is playing out that you can openly admit you have no clue about? What it can reach, what they can push it down to, and how long they can internalize. You also have to remember that they're internalizing a lot of other shit. That's why things like BBBY are breaking out, right? Because they can't sustain the internalization. No, Subway Cup. That's never happened. Why would I wear a hat to work? Carson Mestas, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Is it bad if I get 100 AMC shares just to slowly milk profit from selling CCs? I mean, you probably won't milk that much profit in relation to your initial investment by the time you get called away. They take the order flow onto their own books. James Mao. Just checked out your potential scenario number 1 for January. It looks a bit different now with the current price. How do you see this and next month are going to play out with options and PA? I still think we're going to go up. I think that the current position they're taking is unsustainable, and I think it will find equilibrium. I don't know how long they can do it, but it's slipping already. Is it fair to say internalization issues is why DDS is a hard fire for them to tamper down too? DDS has other issues that even GameStop doesn't have. DDS has almost no float and very few shares available to borrow in the SEC lending pool. Its ETF inclusion is minimal, and so the number of shares that can be drawn from ETFs per day is insignificant. What makes you say it's slipping? Because the lower they keep the price, the more incentive there is for longs to buy. More and more bullish price action or bullish calls and bets are going to start picking up on GameStop because the price is so cheap. People are going to buy more. This is a price at which retail can afford the stock, which is not a problem. They had so much up at 180, 200. Retail's ability to buy large quantities of the underlying were slimmer. Same for institutions. There's many institutions that bought the stock at 225, and this offers them an opportunity to average down. The skew on IV is picking up towards the bull side already. It simply cannot be sustained. How do you know the equilibrium is slipping? We ran $50 overnight the other day. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence of it slipping. Check your DM for the GME Entropy indicator. Ooh. Huh. God, look at that divergence. Aaron, do you mind if I share this? Check out your long-term support resistances. Set your expectations for taking profit. Stick to them. For BBIG, bud. We've seen internalization amount come back to the lit exchanges buy pressure. Is that how it works? That's how it worked last year. How do I stay so chill? I mean, we're down $4.50. Go ahead and share all you want. Okay. That's GME. Is this AMC? No, that's the SPY. SPY. Do you have the AMC one? Can I just use that on TradingView? Ooh. Awesome. Wait, why is it not popping up? Wait, is this yours? This doesn't look like yours. That way I can give people like a visualization of that asymmetric risk. Oh, here we go. Wait, no. What's this turd? Block trade volume? So that after hours... Wait, turd. Was that after hours run a buy-in? Hold on, guys. I'm trying to figure something out here. Yeah, but that means that was one block. That's an institutional buy. Who the fuck bought in? Not only who the fuck bought in, why the fake news to cover the buy-in? Why not just be like loud and proud? Like whoever did it, why wouldn't they just, unless they intended to buy more? Hold on, guys. What the fuck? $800,000 shares. Average price of what? Percentage slippage. So much fucking slippage too. Which one? Average price of 144. That's a huge buy-in. That's $105 million. Dude, did GameStop buy back shares? Is there a change in the free float anywhere? Even DFB doesn't have that much money. I think RC could buy like 3 million more shares, something like that. Here, I'll show you guys. Oh, that's the arrows offset. Sorry. It was me. You got me. Hold on. Jan 7, 42% odd lot, 36% sweep, 14% block trade, 1 million volume, dark pool 56.3%. There's some post saying GameStop had $100 million for buyback. That was $115 million. Relatively. Average price. Is it advantageous to route orders to the dark pool? Because you can control the flow of buying. So if you have buy and sell orders coming in, right? And you block these off while allowing these through, the price of the stock will drop, right? Until these come back into play, and then the price goes up. The reverse is true too, right? You could internalize short orders. And the price can spike. And come back down when those short orders start to print again. What makes you think they can't take it down to 40 if they got it this low? FOMO. Remember what happened the last time people bought GameStop at 40? The people who bought GameStop at 40 do. Isn't this a bar? Out here? Not really. It didn't maintain traction on the uptrend, right? Like it just fell through. So there was no it was a bump and run, but there's no reversal. Hey, look at my resistance working. Because retail is tired, tapped out. The bull position from retail is exhausted. That's why they would risk dropping it even this low. Where can you see that IV skew? I think you could look it up on Market Chameleon. You could look it up on. You could probably just look. There's probably a few places. Look up IV skew for GME. What does it mean for anyone looking to enter a long or short position? It implies that the options market is pricing in a move to the upside. It's possible. Hold on. We fall through 116. Do you see us going sub 100? It just doesn't seem likely. How long did VW dip before the rip? When was it? What was the Volkswagen ticker again? The correct one? So many fucking tickers on this stock. Popcorn looks the exact same today. Why is that? The correlation with the popcorn stock is not relevant. Unless it's divergent. Can you show how you would set a stop limit of trading options on BBBY on the current run up? Not right now. Is this them on their last leg? It seems like they're burning everything. VWAG. Thank you. I don't think that's right, but I'll check it. No. VLKAF. Nope. Right? Monthly. Was it? Yeah, this was it. Okay, thank you, Chicken Tender Daddy. This VWaggy. No, that's not it. What's VLKAF? The dip before the rip was like here. Right? No. It's this? Well, that's the only one that's reasonably within the same time frame. Here we go. Damn. Trying to see if I can even find this on the daily. So it went from like 209 down to 192. See how the volatility began picking up significantly through the bottom of this as they tried to continue to slam it down day after day in order to avoid the exposure that was up here. Am I on 2017? Is this the wrong run? Oh, that's the wrong run. Sorry. I thought it was staying localized. Here it is. Same effect. Price got too high. This happened a couple times where their exposure was too high and they slammed the price down. This was the hardest. But it was already, it was already running. Quality to it, yeah. Yeah, it was the wrong date. I think this is the point that you see referred to most frequently. Was, Volkswagen went from 500 down to 305, I guess. Can I switch the candlestick on this, or is it going to shift again? Oh, it looks terrible. I can't even look at it with regular candlesticks because it's not showing the. This also, I still don't think this is the correct OTC chart. That was from 1.7. That was this. That was that after hours run. Check utilization on GME for the short interest yesterday. There's a time limit for submitting a 13B. I don't know what you want me to do with this turd. You've sent me a wall of text. Is this minute volume? Oh, the trading on the after hours run? I can barely tell where the columns line up. Stop being so liquid. Would they do a buyback? I don't think it was a buyback necessarily. Forget about an IV crash. We're in the middle of an entropy crash. Oh, yeah. By the way, Jesus, AMC really might be a hedge. This is too much data from too many different sources. I was trading on the after hours run on the 6th. They executed that block on the 7th. Interesting. It's a big buy. Ooh, GameStop coming back up to VWAP, which is now much lower. This is a very bullish reversal. Um, I'm trying to figure out why your trading view indicator isn't showing up the same way for me. Is there a change in the script? If there is, can you save it? Aaron? Hopelessness and FUD, now exuberance and hope. Yeah. Overstock looks like a pretty solid play night right now. Mm. The weekly time frame? No, I need a shorter term time frame than that. Like you can see the dip, but I really need it on a like 15 or 30-minute time scale. I'm sorry, guys. We're just getting distracted. There's a lot to dig through here. Hey, Gert, can you run through the different possibilities parties involved in that large block trade you've been discussing? I was running some errands and haven't heard any of the speculation. It looks like most of the buy volume, or well, I don't know. I'm not sure what Turd is inferring, but he's saying it happened on the 7th, but we ran after hours on the 6th. But Are these timing trades for block orders? Tell me how I should feel right now. Tingly? $7:30 Eastern, I believe, Snickers, for the thing tonight. Article came out after the spike. Maybe it's them being, oh shit, run the cover story. That's possible. How long do they... Does anybody know how long they have to report an insider buy-in? I know we went over this at one point. I just can't remember the time frame. Was it in preparation to cover? Maybe. They dropped the price real fucking low. We're getting some fairly decent volume. Check DMs. Oh, there we go. That's a better. Well, a little better. Okay. Thank you, Daniel. So here's the like dip before the rip for VW. This one's a lot better. See, they try to get it under the gamma exposure. They continue to short it until the position becomes unsustainable, right? That's that shift that I'm looking at, where we start to see bull side momentum pick up and the short position become unsustainable as the asymmetric risk diverges, and then we see the snapback occur. When did Porsche make the announcement on the VW chart? I'm not sure. It was sometime in the middle of this, if I remember correctly from the articles I've read. It's been a while since I've read anything about VW. Check the settings in the indicator. If there's a line going exponentially up, that's raw entropy. Change it to rate of change. Repeat until confirmation is heard. Okay, thank you. I'll do that now. See, that's kind of fucking interesting. Does this look right? Hold on. 2 business days for confirmation. It was bought on Monday. It has to be reported by Wednesday. So if they bought today, they don't actually have to file till Monday. Okay. What if they bought on the 7th? Daniel. Hold on. Just checking that. What was the time frame on that VW chart? I believe that was the 15-minute candles for daily. That might have been the daily. Was that the daily? 5-minute. Oh, maybe you're not zoomed out enough. It's hard to. I don't know. I keep just getting snapshots of it, and I need like I need to be able to. I don't know. I don't want to pay for Volkswagen data. I don't give a shit. Wait. Seems to be a definite correlation with the drop off in entropy and the massive upticks in GameStop. And this drop off is huge. Is this lower? I wonder if we could overlay. Can you overlay IV? I shouldn't be doing this during the stream. Hold on. All right, I'm just gonna go down like 100 rabbit holes here, so I'll stop myself. For insiders, yeah, I know the VW squeeze happened over years. But it also kind of happened all at once. Like the catalyzing action of it happened very, very quickly. Just think out loud. Focus on the block order. I'm still trying to get more information on the block order. 7th was Friday. Skip the weekend. Monday was day 1. Tuesday, day 2 would have been. Day 2 would have been a form 4. Okay, so not insider. So it wasn't like a Cohen buy-in, because we would have already had the form 4 then. You wouldn't be able to see it if I did that. Is it a buy-in or options play? We have to determine when the block order came in, if it was after hours or during market hours. I have no idea. Danimal's drinkable yogurt. Someone bought 785,000 shares of GameStop on the 7th, or 735,000 shares of GameStop on the 7th in one block order. But we're trying to determine if it's like internalized and occurred on the 7th, or if it occurred in after hours on the 6th. It's awfully close to the volume we saw on the 6th. It's the fact that this is a cult that bothers people. I don't think this is a cult. That's just like a joke. I don't understand why we don't think it was not shorts covering. Computer share doesn't submit DSPs during non-trading hours. Entropy pre-crush. Sneeze. And that's the... Hold on. What time scale are you using? It's like an entropy trading signal? This is kind of interesting. Huh. Okay. Sorry. Still fucking around with that. That's 1 day candles? Okay. Good news, DFE can finally average down. It's true. The order occurred days ago. I'm not sure what settings you're using here, but I am not showing the same data as you. Oh, okay, because you're on it. Yeah, that's what I thought. You're not on the same candles. Hmm. How close to February 18 evening? Did you hear that? Fluffy Yosef found Sir William Wallace. Oh, that's dope. Cash injection to keep the price low, possibly. What happened? Thank you, Han. What was that for? Thank you so much. Where do you see the 700k share by? Jan 7 block orders. Daniel. Ah, that's Sir William Wallace. Had a meeting, so I'm just catching. Here's the graphic of the dip before DW. VW's are. Oh, okay. Where's that thing tortured? Oh, here, I'll send it to you. When was Fidelity down to 0 shares sortable? Maybe it was a buy-in by them. What day was that? That was like Monday? No, I don't think that was the same day. Does it make it easier for people to buy and hold at these prices? I don't understand why they would drop it so low. It makes it easier for people to buy, but far harder for people to hold. Most people's average price is up in like the 180s. Are we thinking we won't see a repeat of last Thursday after hours or what? I think it was a buy-in, like a long position. It wasn't at $136 a share. The average price was 144. Looks like Shannon entropy rate of change above 15 is the danger zone post sneeze. Well, we're like fucking bottomed out on entropy right now. Or on the rate of change in entropy. Fucking down at like 6. It looks like November 22nd, we just touched it. Like, just touched right above. We're right at 15. I don't know if that's true, because we have higher spikes in June and March. Not sustained, but maybe it's the lack of being able to sustain that peak. Why the cover up? That's an even better question. XRT short interest went up 100% since Monday. Yeah, I know. What's this entropy indicator? It's a Shannon entropy. Basic Shannon entropy and derivatives by MTB Dork. If it was buying and not covering, how does that impact the theory? I mean, it doesn't. Thank you, Lugs. XRT getting entropy crushed either. That's not sustainable at all. I need to get you to talk to Zinco. Could have been. Could the buy have been Rentec? Maybe. They seem to like to buy GameStop pre-run. Didn't Sequoia have a short position in GME? Kind of interesting, the timing of that block buy. Then they buy a chunk of Citadel. Possible. Are there 3 books of DD available in PDF someplace? Like the Book of MOASS? I don't know if anybody's PDF'd it yet. Have they? Been AFK most of the afternoon. You ever run down on what you guys are looking at? He's showing me an indicator he built for Shannon entropy, which isn't group entropy. I'm trying to think of what the correlation with IV is. Oh God. Turd, you're doing it again. Two $300,000 orders at 252 on June 10th. 100K, 250K. Dark pool, yes. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh God damn it! You've sent me more data, turd. Stop sending me data. Send me words. Use your words and tell me what I'm looking at. These are dark pool blocks bought on June 10th and October 18th and November 1st. During after hours? No. Do you know there's a guy on YouTube who read your Book of MOASS DD on his channel trying to start something? I don't care. Get an English major, not a quant. just, I'm just getting spammed with like walls of data. I have no idea the context. Harder to hold? I mean, from a market psychology standpoint, yeah. That's the point of dropping the price, right? Is to free up supply. It has an opposite effect of raising the price. I'm not saying it works. It's the idea behind it. Can we see the dicks? I got it here somewhere. Oh, thank you, Han. There hasn't been a block over 100K since November. It was the morning of the 7th. It's fucking strange. I mean, someone went long, but we're not going to know who. It's already too late for it to be an inside purchase. So it's got to be institutional. That's a big fucking long position, though. Entropy V2 seems to be less buggy with cleaner signals. Yeah. That's the one I said would look like a trading indicator. That one's a little more clear. I don't know if it looks bullish, but it's definitely more clear. Or just if entropic strategy works. See, look, this looks like it's fired. I mean, if you look at this on the, like on the daily, we're showing a reversal here. Similar to what we saw last year's, moving out of December. What's the rate? Negative 13. Negative 14. This is the lowest it's been almost all year. Negative 20, negative 1.2 after the February drop. And this kind of looks like it's reversing already. But if you look at it on the 4 hour, it's showing that we've reversed. I still want to see this like with IV. I don't like how this one was a MACD. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. It's easier to visualize. I don't know if Shannon Entropy is the best indicator, though. I'm very curious about it, but 1.7 volume, high, low, ISO trade. So they executed it across 4 blocks and $6. It's honestly not. I need to create a serious algorithm to do the structural entropy. Oh, okay. There might kind of be one already. I gotta talk to Zinco and see if we can correlate this with the like the Volga-Vana charts. And gamma. What do you think of all those calls on the 21st of January? Do you think it will run? I doubt when I see the price. I mean, they're sure, like, institutions are loading up on an awful lot of out of the money calls. Like, that can't, I don't think that's retail alone. The short time frame indicates that it might be retail, but the amount of buy, like the pricing doesn't. Like the dollar flow or notional value of those positions is really high. At what point would you bail? I mean, I have no intention of bailing. I'm just going to hold the stock long term no matter what. Could this 114 million volume be short hedge funds, MM, uninternalizing, externalizing previously suppressed buy volume. Are you talking about on January 13th of last year? Yes, it could have been. But buy volume this year compared to last year, even FTD volume is probably far lower. The difference being that our illiquidity is far higher. No, on Jan 7th. There wasn't 144 million volume on Jan 7th. Bailing in February calls? Oh, I'll roll them on the 25th if nothing happens. Just roll them out. When they print, they'll print hard enough that I'll make up any long-term losses, so. Or short-term losses on the position. FTDs per trade is up over last year, though. Yeah, because less liquidity, so more FTDs per trade. Check PTE ripping. It's interesting. Is the upside really that big? I guess so. I mean, its last couple of breakouts kind of got stabilized around $1.50. Yeah, bio stocks. I'm not super interested in that. If you roll your calls, what month would you roll them to? Probably March. What's the March date's 18th, right? I have some April calls. Those 200s that I bought like a little while back. So I'll probably just continue to hold those. I'd probably roll out to March 18th. Maybe not even. Maybe I would just roll. Maybe I would just roll to the 25th. Is the 25th far enough out? That way I don't really lose that much leverage. 25th should be far enough out for OPEX, right? OPEX 18. Yeah, I guess I would roll to the 25th. Although, that's really cutting it close. I'm not a big fan of that. I gotta think. I might break it up. I might roll part of the position to the 25th just to capture OPEX, and then like the rest of the position to March 18th. Like I might roll the out of the money part of the position, like my 300, my 350s, my 300s, my 250s, and my maybe my 220s out to Feb 25th, and then roll my nearer the money position, which will have more value, out to March. I gotta think about that though. I'd have to do some math on it. ETF baskets like XRT being shorted 300%, they can pick and choose what to return. In theory, does this mean that they can be short 60 million shares just in XRT? They can be short significantly more than the shareholding of XRT. If you knew the stock would 100% run early Feb and not in Jan, what would you do with your Febs? Thanks. If I knew 100% it would run in early Feb, I would just hold them. No problem, man. I understand. A lot of people are at work. It's a lot to try to follow because it's kind of all over the place right now. If it helps with your Shannon research, Shannon Elizabeth took off her clothes and American Pie. Thank you. Hopefully the 25th will still be fun. I think so. I'm still very confident moving into these next few weeks. I'm trying to more than like this. A lot of this doesn't have to do, like, a lot of the things I'm looking into have nothing to do with my confidence in an upcoming run. I'm trying to focus on what they can do to not just burn up. Like, how can they shift? I'm trying to figure out how they can shift their short volatility positions and protect themselves from a run. And I'm also trying to figure out if that's what they're doing. Right. So I'm trying to look for the incentive and the risk aversion. Who worded that ETF basket question wrong? Could the entire short position of XRT be all GME shorts? That's a bit of a stretch. It could be a lot of GME shorts. And futures could be used to obfuscate that short position by having long deliverable GameStop shares via futures. They could be equally short GameStop simultaneously and dodge reporting requirements, which, you know, is our kind of like long-term thesis on how they are not reporting a short position in excess of 100% of the float, and yet the data indicates that they are significantly short. How do you find the source of a large block order buy on 1.6 or 1.7? I believe he found it on Market Chameleon, but I'm not sure. I just got a screenshot of it from him. Could that have been short hedge coins covering with no options impact, then shorting down on 30? It's possible, but why would they cover in a block order? Like, a block order is just like, I'm gonna buy this, right? Like, why wouldn't they just cover slowly like they do during the day in order to not affect price movement drastically? Like, I agree that covering during after hours is advantageous to avoid the delta exposure from covering, but GME is currently a small percentage of XRT. It has been far more heavily weighted in the past. XRT rebalances every day. So if GME's market cap is higher, then XRT will contain more GME the next day. XRT comes off threshold tonight. They can short it over 5 days down to 60 to dodge all the 21st GEX. How does it come off threshold tonight? It can be on threshold forever, Alexander. Fucking Overstock was on the threshold list for like 2 years. How have you determined this? Do you think they actually care about a run up? Yeah. They were reactive then because they were caught by surprise. If they know there's going to be a run up now, I'm looking for indications of them shifting or moving positions as a predictive indicator of a move to the upside. So if I think that makes sense. Did PyPy clarify if the after hours jump is a bind? We're still trying to figure that out. I don't think so. It looked like it happened right after market open on 1/7. I'm guessing. So I think Shannon entropy is the trace of the correlation matrix that's used to construct the structural entropy. It's like TLDR of the structural entropy, if I'm right. Okay. Whale buying? Yeah, I think so. Are you implying Feb 18 calls are not safe? No, not yet. If there comes a point at which I think they're not safe, I'll let everyone know. Yes, theta costs money. XRT weights all of the companies the same. They're all 1.1% of the ETF. Wouldn't GME going up make them sell? No? Higher. Well, wait. Weights all companies the same. Didn't XRT holdings of GameStop last year reach like. It was in the SEC report. Nope, that's not it. Market events of January 2021 also affected some exchange-traded funds, ETFs, and private funds. GME volatility was significant enough to impact ETFs that held GME stock. For example, Spider S&P Retail ETF XRT saw its position in GME increase from 1.5% of its portfolio as of December 31st, 2020 to 19.98% of its portfolio on January 27th, 2021. That same day, XRT experienced net redemptions of 506 million, representing 76.3% of its assets, which was the second largest net redemption in the fund's history. Over the 3-day period ending January 28th, XRT traded at an average bid-ask spread of 0.073 compared to a 52-week average bid-ask spread of 0.011. In the same way, the Wedbush ETF MG video game tech ETF Gamer position increased from 2.04% of its portfolio to as much as 17% of its portfolio by January 28th. Over the 3-day period, it traded an average bid-ask spread of $1.32 compared to a 52-week average bid-ask spread of 0.18. While this volatility raised questions about whether the market price of impacted ETF shares might decouple from the ETF's NAV, staff observed that operations proceeded in a normal course for ETFs despite heightened activity. For example, XRT's closing price exhibited a premium of 1.25% to NAV on January 28th, which is larger than its recent historical norms, but does not seem indicative of a failure of the creation and redemption process or any other operational challenge beyond the observed volatility of its holdings. End quote. Nordstrom Inc. Wait. Fund holdings. I see. What the fuck is he talking about? It's just not true. Yeah. I see that. I'm not sure. I mean, it looks like the January squeeze, they like by January 28th, they pushed ETF share redemption and creation to its absolute limit. But the SEC didn't give a shit because the ETF acted in the manner that it was supposed to, and everything was returned to NAV. But what doesn't get solved in that process is, you know, if they're using creation and then futures to offset the creation to appear that NAV is neutral, that's still, that deviation still needs to be satisfied. They can't just scalp that from the ownership of the ETF. The reason its holdings increased is the price, not the volume of shares. As the price increase, the total value as compared to the rest of the increase. Yes. But because of the creation, the total holdings increase as well, right? So as they redeem more and more shares from the ETF, the synthetic holding of the ETF will also increase. That's what the SEC ignored. How did the rebalancing affect all of this? Well, the rebalancing did a couple bad things and possibly some good ones. What rebalancing did was it provided a ton of liquidity in GameStop to the market. That whole period from the share offering through the ETF rebalances. So this range provided a ton of liquidity for the market, which decreased GME FTDs massively. But what it also did was it meant GME was less weighted in GameStop and ETFs. So now when they went to use GameStop for creation, instead of like being the highest weighted stock in like IWM, is now one of the lowest weight in things like IJR. Because it moved to like a bigger index. It moved into like an index with like Apple and shit in it, right? And so GameStop's market cap left it at a lower weight, which meant that the daily number of ETF shares available for GameStop dropped massively. And so what we see, the effect we see occur is that FTDs moved from being GME centric to being ETF, GME containing ETF centric. So it allowed them to clear out a lot of GME FTDs, but it created a pile up in the ETF FTDs. And it's really a very important pivotal point in this year. And I think it gets glanced over a lot or not talked about because it's kind of complicated to explain. But this is why we start to see massive spikes in ETF FTDs, and yet GME FTDs are kind of insignificant. Like our spike of FTDs and GME containing ETFs going into the September or coming out of the September futures rollover was higher than it had been all year. Is chat being funny? I didn't even notice. My head up my own ass right now. A lot of low effort trolls. Fuck them. Who cares? Buy and hold. They're no different than the people who, harangued DFE for his position. They just don't see it in themselves. Price is fake. Look at WeBull, 5 million, 1 to 6, 35% after hours. Rip took no volume. Shorting back down on 1 to 1.7 took millions. Yeah. XRT off exchange volume percentage on 1025 decoupled with GME's run up on T+6 shows the cycle. Interesting. Keep DM me, Dungston. Sorry, I don't think you answered this earlier. When did you roll your Jan 28 calls? I'll probably just let them die a horrible death at this point. They're already 80% down. I bought them by accident. I didn't even mean to buy Jan 28, so I was just like distracted and streaming. And I was like, fuck it. They're 150. I'll hold them. I don't think they've lost a sufficient amount of theta to be worthless if we start to run. Stepped away for a while. I missed it. What does the dotted blue line represent? Oh, that was our enthusiasm line from the other day. From when people start shift from being all bearish to being bullish. Nice, dude. When I buy a call for tomorrow and they're in the money, should I sell them before market close tomorrow? Like a 0 DTE? Yes. I think your intellect has risen since the perm. I don't think so. I think he answers, what are you going to do for your last weekend of being a poor? We'll see. Are you going to remember us after MOASS? Yeah, probably. Is the TADR here about this discovered block order last Thursday night that wasn't a market mechanical thing, but just someone taking a big long position? So it shouldn't happen again tonight. We'll see. No, I think it happened at market open, but we're still not clear on when the order was executed, Windmill. I think there's some research being done into that right now. How do you think they will dodge exposure at the end of this month, early Feb? I don't think they can for the 9,000th time. I wondered if whoever created the ETF, I think they can try to save their position, but I don't think they can dodge exposure. And I think they know that, and I think they're making moves currently to do that, to try to survive. Last Thursday it was 890,000 volume, and it moved us up a lot. Like $50. No. No, I don't think that's gonna happen repeatedly. You think 1.7 volume 1.7 volume is still internalized? I think so, yeah. I mean, they'll try to release it as slowly as possible. But it's also possible that they'd started to get IV down, or were getting into a period where they intended to drop IV, and someone bought a shitload of shares in aftermarket and spiked the IV on them again. There's no way to prove that. Is there? Forcing them to internalize even longer than they had originally intended. So if we look at short volume for 1.7, it was minimal. I can't really zoom in on this. Well, I could. Hold on. So short volume on 1.7, only 50%, right? But where was that buy pressure? We went down basically all day. Right? That buy pressure hasn't printed. So we've been going constantly down on these days with very, very, very little short volume. What is stopping short hedge fund employees from quitting at this point? I mean, most of them probably have no idea. Sequoia funding of Citadel solely for the position saving move, which they were promised a profit of since it requires a buy plus sell a bunch of derivatives from the MM they now own a part. I mean, the price, if they're internalizing buy volume, then the price would go up, right? It would just slam the book with buy volume. Have you ever seen a run up spike on Friday before? Are there any resources you can point to for someone to catch up and understand TA terminology or GATA specifically if they're not familiar with all the Greeks? Investopedia. If there's a term that you don't understand, Kitnips, look it up. That'll go a long way towards giving you a basic understanding. It just shows GME FTDs. It's predated, much like the SEC report. So, smooth, but could it be GME doing some shares buyback? They still have 100 million set aside for that. They could be, but I don't think so because the term for filing is over. Well, I wonder if that's a good question. Daniel, if you're listening, can you check out the regulations for reporting a share buyback program? I know the 1934 Exchange Act does, but then there's the Safe Harbor Act, I think means that as long as the share buyback isn't over a certain amount, they don't have to. That would have been that law would have been in the 80s, 84, something like that. Safe harbor? Yeah, right? So it's not insider trading if they do a share buyback. So yeah, it doesn't, I don't think it falls under the same regulations as an insider purchase. Do you think retail owns 70 million shares of the float? I don't know. I think the rate of DRS would have been higher if that was the case. Well, if Super Stonk owed 70 million shares. That doesn't mean retail doesn't, right? While Super Stonk is a large representation of retail ownership, it is not the whole. Exchange Act Rule 10b18? Possibly, yeah. Daniel, Exchange Act 10b18, that sounds right. 10b-18. Oh, I'm so exhausted. If the 25th is fun, will you stream all day? What do you mean? I do stream all day. I should probably take a break for a couple minutes. I don't know. Need to get back to the hype line. I know I've got another stream. It's fine. It's a lot easier to talk to one other person than like thousands. PSA, Girk is far too busy front-running our trades to take time to explain technical terms and their relevance across the stock market. Google is your friend. Cheers. Garth Brooks, thanks for the wrinkles. Hashtag 39. Thanks, Homer's Ghost. Why would you write it that way? Post a screenshot about buybacks in 510 chat. I'll check it out. Chart comparison in your DMs describing ETF, GME, FTD, hot potato with the breakdown of 1025, 11.3. Dr. K's mom, can you please explain internalization and delta hedging? Also, when DRS and are you vaccinated? Jesus Christ. Your mom's even worse than you are. Thank you, Dunstan. 43% NYSE exchange volume on 9/17 for GME, 1.7 million NYSE shares purchased for futures expiry, 75% off FINRA exchange volume for 1025 XRT T plus 35 9/17 futures expiry, XRT or other ETF used to satisfy balance. GME proof. 11.3 GME run up. This is T plus 6 plus 1 from 1025. The 11.3 run was literally an example of them entering the orders at market open then to satisfy the ETF internalization of GME futures FTDs due on 1025. Interesting. T plus 6 plus 1. Hmm. 11.3 was T plus 9 plus 35 from 9/17. Did you mean T plus 6 plus 3? No, because that's not right. I have little tiny water bottles. I've never listened to such smart people for so long and learned nothing. Awesome. Does May 200 puts feel more like a low theta risk block with high delta put in place to keep the stock stable, low, while they load up on calls and shares? Watch for those to be dumped. AMC down 9.2. Gonna lose $20 before end of day. Jesus. Maybe. Hmm. We're down $5 today. I mean, if they need to move volatility positions, they probably want volatility to crush before they shift the position, right? Here's IV combined with Shannon entropy rate of change for DDS. GME. Massive divergence. Show me. Can you show me the near term? Can you show me not on 1 hour candles? Aaron. Like, what's our current IV entropy divergence? $7:30 p.m. hand. What's the gamma ramp potential past Jan 21 when 5.5 billion of call options expire? I need Aaron, can you do that on the 1 day? $20,000 puts, 12.5 million. Maybe they're crushing the bullish Wall Street bets retards that like to buy weeklies, so they have no cash left for long calls and are crush any possible bullish FOMO sentiment. And if they're trying to crush FOMO, they've done a pretty fucking good job. That's the 1 minute. You went no 1 day. I need 1 day candles. Hmm. Interesting, Dunstan. Let's look at that. AMC might hit $20. Exciting. What will happen? It's dropped below 20 already, hasn't it? Didn't it hit its fucking bullshit demand zone not that long ago? Oh, it didn't. Ooh. Man, it fucking held that support resistance for months. Safe Harbor 7 trading days. Okay. Will there be anything significant to happen for next week? This week was flat, and I'm just pumped up for a reversal anytime now. I am too. MOASS initiated. Welcome, Prometheus. Did you see the 600% XRT short percentage? Is that what it's being reported at now? I mean, it's been that in the past. I haven't seen it that high recently. 300 something percent. If you look to the stream, is basically a reaction video of you reacting to figures. That's not true. I've addressed many questions. No one's keeping track of anything on AMC. Don't worry about it. Daily, Aaron. You sent me 1 hour, and then you sent me 1 minute, and then you sent me 1 minute again. I need daily or 4 hour so I can confirm a trend. No, don't send the 1 minute again. Don't listen to him. The last one I sent was 6 months on the... No, not the bottom indicator. The last one you sent was minutes. It was today on the minute chart. So was the next one. And then the first one was back to the 12th on the 1 hour. I do think your discussion on these dips being for retail to sell call options when we see these spikes is the strongest argument for what they want to relieve pressure. Oh, yeah. Is there any possibility that DRS somehow helps the short hedge funds? I don't think so. I think that's also just kind of bullshit and FUD. Curious. No. Hmm. Yeah, it increases volatility. Well, not... Yeah. No more so than we would have seen anyway, currently. It really only increases volatility at the extremes. You're fine, dude. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. I mean, it looks like they're kind of falling in lockstep. Not recently. Yeah, I'm seeing that recently it's not, but they're converging, but it's right, but it's slow. Like Ivy's staying stagnant now, and the Shannon entropy is starting to fall into it. Like, is that crossover significant? Besides the March crash, did you find any other correlation? Where entropy crushes and Ivy remains static? We're just watching it drop, Gherkin's sister. Market is down hard and GameStop is down less than 5%. I see this as an absolute win. Kind of agree. Gherk for mod. Finally. Thank you, Silence of the Dans. That made my day. $80 grand in losses, but at least someone wants me to be a mod. I appreciate it, dude. I want to mod myself. Is this the moment you talked about a couple of months ago when the market goes down and GME will follow hard? Except we're not. Really. Zeta for mod. The shorting is so over the top. I can't take it seriously. It's hilarious. It kind of is. I'm a mod on Trade Spotting's chat? Since when? Cosmic Lightning Warrior? Yeah, I'm gonna stream. I hope this helps keep the electricity in so that you can keep the Dans at bay. Thank you, Funkle Bruce. This is as good a time as any to mod me. JFresh, you know I can't do that. It's the risk. There's too much asymmetric risk. Thanks, Mr. Git. Will Gurk fit in the Dan cannon? No. It's very small. He modded you last night after I was talking options with him. Oh, cool. That's weird. I've never been a mod of anything. What do I do with all this power? Infinite risk, infinite upside. What do you think the after hours 30% increase was the FTDs they needed to cover by this week, or was the volume was insufficient? I think the volume was definitely insufficient. Feels like the death rattle of a dying market maker. See you buyback info, check DMs. It's not mandatory that a company follows the conditions of this rule. But in order to reduce their liability, companies may adhere by its guidance regarding the manner, timing, price, and volume of repurchases. Under the proposed amendments, issuers would be required to disclose, among other things, the total number of shares repurchased during the past quarter and the average price paid per share, the number of shares that were purchased as part of publicly announced repurchase plan, and the maximum number or approximate dollar value of shares that may yet to be purchased under the plans or programs. In relation to the above, here is where they adopted the resolution. And in view of the fact that most commenters agreed that publicly available information about issuer repurchase activity would be useful to investors, we are adopting the proposed tabular disclosure requirements with one modification. Specifically, the final rules will not require issuers to disclose the identity of the broker-dealers used to effect the purchase. I think it means they don't have to say shit till the 10Q. Here's another question for you, Daniel. If you want to dig through some more documents, can you go back to GameStop's original share repurchase agreement and see how much they have available? Fuck. Yeah, awesome. New headline. When will GameStop stop stopping? Am I thinking too much? Safe harbor requirements take us to Tuesday 118. No, they don't. They don't really have to say anything until the 10Q next quarter. And then additionally, we're checking to see if they already have share purchase agreements in place or share repurchase agreement in place from 2019. And if there's anything left on the original repurchase agreement or plan. Because that would be very interesting if GameStop actually bought back 100 million worth of shares overnight. That would better explain the fake news article swarm that's been surrounding it and all the bullshit about NFTs. Because they wouldn't want people to think that GameStop repurchased shares. Panic. Why would they do it? Oh, simple. buy back shares because they're starting a tech company and they need to give shares to employees. Right? They've been doing all that hiring. Those people are going to want stock. This is very common in tech companies. $100 million worth, not 100 million shares. Yeah, it's not a lot, but it's a chunk. It's 1% of the free float, right? More. I recently turned down a tech job there, offered me 52K worth of stock. It's a better deal now, Leo. 52K worth of stock right now is whew, sweet. Seems like too much of a coincidence, doesn't mean it isn't one. Can we just go to 300 already next week? That'd be nice. Say something nice about the Elliott Wave guy. He's persistent. I respect that. Is there any evidence that GME has repurchased shares? We're digging into it. No. Maybe not. Hard to say. Yeah, if they announce it, the media comes out and says GameStop's trading their own stock, which is bullshit, but any chance of moving up closer to max pain tomorrow? Possibly. Or max pain is probably moved down to 130 is more likely for this week's call chain. Remember, max pain deals with weekly strikes, right? It's the price at which the most strikes expire out of the money. Don't forget that when looking at max pain. My VIX skill is up 40% today. Still down 25% overall. Interesting. So if a buyback is confirmed, that's positive for us in this cycle. I mean, absolutely. We are well below Jeffrey's new price target, which is they are an absolute steal. I agree. This is a very good time to enter GameStop. Maybe there have been a lot of people who have been sitting on the sidelines, and this is an opportunity for them, but we'll see. What do you think about the Pone's algorithm, DD, that predicts we begin the next move up on the 26th? 26th of what? I haven't seen it. I'll have to look. I haven't seen what she's been up to lately. Accelerated share repurchase. Yeah, the repurchase was 2019. Is that what GameStop used? I'm confused why you're sending me this article about accelerated repurchase, which is market repurchase. The one I just sent you is the smoking gun that they're entropy hedging, in my opinion. The run up to the sneeze is perfect time to see how they react to a crazy run. They dumped entropy. Ooh. Where is it? Is this it? Whistle. Wait. This one? Oh. Ooh. Wait, where? The run up to the sneeze. I don't. Oh, okay. Can you can you shift it right a little bit so I can see the sneeze also, Aaron? The other basket stocks I don't think ran nearly to the same extent. Panic covering? I don't know if it was. We're just trying to determine if it's possible. What's up with the increased volume? I don't think it's significantly increased, like 23,000. I told you about BBIG making moves this morning. They were up 10%, now they're up 23%. Cool. Did you make money on it? if I changed. Barto. Reddit down. Oh, I saw the link you sent, but I'm not sure why you sent it. Did GameStop have an accelerated share repurchase agreement? Or is it just like, look at this thing I found out about share repurchase agreements? Interesting. So they're trying to crush the entropy back down to 0. I haven't read it. Heim. I'll let everyone know if Reddit's fine or not. Yeah, my Reddit's loading. Ding ding. Yeah, it is 135. Bid-ask spread's like $2.50 right now. Hold on. I'll hang out for a second. Motherfucker. Spread's $1.95. Still looking, but check DMs. Share repurchase June 11, 2019. We commenced a modified Dutch auction tender offer for 12 million shares of our Class A common stock. The price range between $5.20 and $6 a share. The tender offer expired July 10th, 2019. Through the tender offer, we accepted payment 28 shares in November to sell fiscal quarter the next year. In aggregate, during fiscal 2019, we purchased 38.1 million shares of our Class A stock, totaling $198.7 million for an average price of $5.19 per share. We did not repurchase shares during fiscal 2018 or fiscal 2017. As of February 1st, 2020, we now have 101.3 million remaining under the repurchase authorization. Dude, they already had the fucking money? Oh, that's interesting. GME still has 101.3 million remaining under their repurchase authorization left over. I have to manually look through each 10Q for if they repurchased. Okay. That's an addition to their free cash. $750K at 140 is pretty close. Yeah, it's 735,000 shares at it was 144. 735,000 at an average of 134 or 144 rather. I'm not ignoring anybody. Who did I ignore? Brian, thank you. I appreciate that. What does it matter if they buy back? I mean, it takes 800,000 shares out of the free float. Heim, I haven't seen Pone's DD yet. I know she's been working on something. I'll check it out later. Yeah, 7:30. I'm not sure. Maybe not the Thursday night buy-in or the Wednesday night buy-in or the Thursday night buy-in, but maybe the next Friday at market open. Okay. Yeah, because not till after Q4. Daniel. In aggregate during fiscal 2019. I don't know. Well, I guess it would be included in free cash, but it's part of the repurchase agreement, so maybe not. I don't know where it would be included. Somewhere on the balance sheet. Was they will DRS like they have in the past? DRS what? That would be free cash. That'd be held for repurchase. Yeah, I guess so. Check XRT's closing volume. 1,300. DRS all your shares. And Superstock will crown you as Prince Pickle. Eh. GD says January round starts 26 a week of. Okay. I'm not seeing the print here. Ooh, I see a sale. Arca, 1.14 million. That's not. Well, it executed it at close, but it's not showing on the candlesticks. Right there. Arca's NYSE. I don't know what it means. It's weird. It's like a sale of 1.1. I mean, that could also be closing settlement from the day. Like the closing rebalance. GameStop's probably got one for like 22,000 or something. It's got a little more after hours action, but let me check. Yeah, 1602 right here at GameStop. 22,500. Net short settlement. It's just clearing end of day trades. Do you expect to have after hours price movement? I don't know. We've had a little bit, but we'll see if it sustains. Damn. It's a block trade on XRT. Brokers like TDA don't include block trade volume in candles, not until 4 o'clock. Interesting. lumps them. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's why you don't see it, but others do. That makes sense. Was that just creation? Why is bid BA so wide? This is after hours. It's even more illiquid. Fewer orders. No, I'm not going to be on until 8 p.m. I'm turning it off now. I will be streaming with Cosmic Lightning Warrior tonight at 7:30. So stay tuned and check back in a little later. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. I will see you in a few hours. Bye, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Not an advisor. Frigulon.